What's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Welcome. Thanks for being here. My name is Alan Cox. Thanks for showing up. Happy to have you. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Yo, creepy hugs.
Mary Santora's back.
Hi, guys. Happy to be home.
Poundcake is back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Happy Monday.
Monday after Mother's Day. Boy, I'll tell you what, it should be a national holiday. All of the hemming and hawing you got to do for Mother's Day. All the stuff you got to do. You know why? Do you know why? Because being a mom, say it with me, hardest job in the world
there's ever been.
Anywho, listen, here's what a good son I am, right? I can't believe what a good son I am. Even though I'm the only one who ever left the Chicago metropolitan area in my family, I do a lot of the heavy lifting, and I'm happy to do it. But I am such a good son. I was up late talking to my mom. My mom never sleeps, right? Even my dad was still alive. Never sleeps. Woman's consistently up till 3:30 in the morning. So even though they're on Central Time, they're an hour behind. I know that I could call my mom at 2 in the morning, our time, and she'd be up. So Gwen is out of town. Her dad was having surgery, so Mother's Day wasn't much of a Mother's Day at Casa Cox. So she splits, and so it's me and the little one, and we're doing our thing. And, because I'm a cool guy, let her stay up a little bit later last night, right? Well, by the time I get her to bed and all that, I am wiped out. Long day, did some yard work, the whole bit. But I'm such a good son, I go, nope, I'm going to call my mom because I know there are no short conversations with my mom. And I like talking to my mom, don't get me wrong. But it was getting late, but I knew I've still got to call her. I can't not send flowers, the whole bit. I can't not call my mom. And so I did. 90 minutes later, I finally got to go to bed, but it was a long, long night. But I hope everybody, if your mother is still alive, maybe you are a mom, maybe you're a kind of a mom like Mary is.
Hey.
You know, hopefully you were celebrated in a way that is, Mother's Day is tough, boy. Mother's Day is tough because it's really a day when you do your individual celebrations of the women in your life who have borne children. That's a great, great thing. But as a culture, as a society, we do not value mothers. We make life harder for them. If you maybe want to be a mom, they want to make sure that you have to be a mom. If you don't want to be a mom, you're the whole thing. So there's a big difference between the way we treat female parents and the way the culture treats moms. They love talking about, right, selling cards and candy and all that crap, but they don't really walk the walk. Anywho, that's what a great son I am. Bill, what did you do for Mother's Day?
Oh, I also talked to your mom for 90 minutes.
You son of a bitch.
Ew.
That's why the other line kept clicking.
Mm-hmm.
Clicking.
I went,
like it was 1987.
I went and visited my mom for Mother's Day, got her a little card, and what's funny is I let the card do the talking. They paid a professional to make that card, and so I just sign it, love Bill. My girlfriend sees it, and she's like, that's all you wrote? I'm like, yeah. And she's like, I would have wrote all this stuff about like how you mean so much. I'm like, yeah, all those things are taken care of by the word love.
By the way, it's all encompassing. Mm-hmm. It's supposed to be all encompassing.
Yeah.
by the way,
It's a good word.
It's
a great word.
Let's give it up to the Hallmark people or American Greetings or wherever the hell's around here. Let's give it up to them, right? Because how are we going to know our own parents better than you are by some boilerplate card etchings? Bill's absolutely correct. There's simply no way that we could personally add our own sentiments when the card is so perfectly written. You're the greatest mom that ever was, blah, 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 love, comma, Bill.
I try to keep it honest,
Any XOs? Did you draw a heart? Any X's and O's?
Just the love. Just the love, Bill.
You get a card for your mom.
Yeah.
2 words. Love
Bill.
First of all, you're handing it to her, so she knows it's coming from you.
Right, yes.
So that's redundant to write Love Bill. She knows who it's from.
Well,
Nothing
there was
extra
a pile
in the
of
card.
cards there, though, and I handed it to her, and she put it in the pile of cards that she had.
Was a funny card? Was it a sentimental card?
It's kind of a funny one. It had like a little pop-out thing on it. Mm-hmm. It was one of the last ones that was available. So
You bought it on the way there.
Oh, absolutely.
Sure.
And then I gave her
the way there.
And I gave her, her favorite, money.
Wow. You gave your mom money.
I gave her money.
How much money?
$50. You get $50.
Mom, you are worth 2 words from me and $50.
And a hug.
That
But
is
what she likes the most,
$25 per word.
she likes that I show up.
Listen, what do they say? What do they say?
Success.
They
What do they
Say-
say? Success is 99% showing up.
Mhm.
You did it.
Yeah. And I was only 2 of her kids even showed up.
Your sister
Now
lives
do
in
three-
Houston.
One lives in Houston. My
Yeah.
older brother lives in Michigan. The other
All the
one,
local kids showed up.
all the local kids
Yeah,
showed up.
there you go.
And I was the last one there and first one to leave.
Wow, this guy. The only paperwork he's into, if it's thin cardboard that already has writing in it.
I wasn't into it.
And then
I was doing it for her. But that's how much I love her. That I
you
was
gave of
willing to-
yourself.
Yeah.
Right. You gave of your time and your talent.
Now,
How-
some years we go like all together and we've gotten her stuff. But this year was just like a nice, chill, relaxed year. I had a good time though.
Poundcake sent a photo of the group chat of a llama, and he said,
Good size, nice llama.
"It's a good size, nice llama." And I was like, "Please tell me you took your mom to the zoo for Mother's Day." He didn't. It was him. It was him and my boyfriend,
Yeah, me and McBoyfriend went because
but not yesterday.
No, we went Sunday. My mom worked on Mother's Day.
She worked on Mother's Day. Didn't even take Mother's Day off. Oh, look at her.
Well, yeah, I mean,
She's helping other mothers.
people don't stop being sick because it's Mother's Day. So
Wait, hold on. Let me write that down.
She knows who her kids are.
People don't stop being sick because. Okay, go
But
ahead.
crime goes down. It's the day with the least amount of crime in the entire year.
Baby,
know
whatever
that.
you do,
Yeah.
please don't kill anyone on my day. Just give it one day and don't kill anybody. And he goes, all right, Mama, I won't. But tomorrow, Monday, that's why they call the day after Massacre Monday,
Yep.
traditionally. Murder Monday.
That's today, then.
Today, that's right. Everybody's all pent up. They promised their mama, just like Tupac said, that they wouldn't murder anybody. But boy, Monday, now they got to make up for lost time. And that just puts you back behind for the whole week. You're starting off behind the 8 ball. So you guys went to the drive-through safari.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was cool. It was fun. And
Where is that?
that's out? It's Port Clinton, so it's just on the
By
other side of
Sandusky,
Sandusky.
kinda, yeah.
Okay.
And when I was showing my mom the pictures and the videos, she's like, "Oh, now I do want to go." She's like, "I'm mad I had to work." I was like, "Well, we could have." My mom is a simple gal. Like, in all honesty, she is a cheap date. All she wanted to do was dinner and a little get together, and she didn't even really want presents. And I'm like, well, I will feel like a bum if I don't get you anything.
But you did see her. When did you see your mom?
I saw her Friday and I saw her Saturday.
Oh, I see.
So just the 2 days. But
So she worked Saturday into Sunday and then slept through Mother's Day?
no. She worked Sunday, but she had to sleep all day Sunday because she worked Sunday night.
Gotcha. Understood. Okay.
Yeah.
She had to take care of it beforehand.
Correct.
Yeah. Understood. Okay. And Mary she was mom this year?
I
And,
did. I
right?
was mom this year. Blake called me. I was driving home from New Jersey, and Blake called me. That's Brian's daughter. She's 7. She calls me, and she sang me Happy Mother's Day to you to the tune of Happy Birthday.
Mm-hmm.
And I,
Not to the tune of When the Saints Go Marching In.
that might be a little bit more difficult. When the sing, Happy Mother's Day to you. Oh, Happy Mother's Day to
more
you.
effort, yeah.
That would have been,
Yeah. No, but so
impressive.
Brian's behind her on the phone with a cattle prod while she's
Yeah.
singing the
New
song.
he's doing the
arrangement,
drums
yeah.
in the
Yeah.
background.
Happy Mother's Day to you. This is the second time I've sung this song.
Yeah. But it made me cry. I was like not ready for that reaction. And she was like, I love you. So she's like telling me how much she loves me and how she's so excited to see me when I get home. And
Did she sound like she was reading off of an index card?
she is not a strong reader.
Oh.
So I'm going to say
Wow. So that's how you know that it wasn't like Brian sitting there
came from her heart.
with cue cards. Right. Wow. It really did come from the heart. Good for you.
Yeah, but when I got home, she had made me a picture frame. So a little arts and crafts project with a
Those
picture.
little foam deals.
No, it's like a legit wooden one. They went to Joann Fabrics, which
Oh,
is
hey.
one of Brian's favorite stores.
All right.
Yeah, and they got paint and they painted it, and she wrote Blake and Mary and decorated because it was a picture of us from our trip to Arizona last month. So there's like little cactuses and everything on it. And
Was it Blake and Mary or was it Blake and Mary?
It was
Was it an ampersand?
no ampersand.
Was it the word and or the
No.
letter N? Like Blake, Mary, like it's just kind of jaunty?
No, it was her name at the top,
Yeah.
Blake, and then a heart, and
Yeah.
then my name at the bottom.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And so she painted that and decorated that, and then they got me roses and chocolate covered strawberries. So just very simple. I was crying, couldn't stop
Did you feel
crying.
any of your dried up eggs becoming slightly moist?
A little bit.
Yeah.
I looked at
It's
Brian.
usually what does it.
And I said, "You better leave it in tonight, because who knows? Maybe we'll make another one. Who knows? No,
Hey, look at that. I want
So
2
everybody
frames
speculated.
next year.
Yeah.
no, we're not going to have any babies.
Uh-huh.
But it was very sweet, and I was way, way more emotional than I thought I was going to be. But yeah,
Well, you'd been gone for a while, too, so it was probably a
Yeah.
confluence of seeing everyone again
yeah,
and Mother's Day.
yeah,
Yeah.
It was cool. It was a very cool, cool day.
All right. Well, I've got to take a break here. If you want to send a text 35192 to get me there, AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch. We'll talk to Bill Maher later on. He's doing MGM Northfield Park this Saturday night. I'll have Aerosmith tickets for you if you want to join us on the sold-out Alan Cox Show Funny Bus. We're doing that on Wednesday with Bill as your host. We'll get you hooked up for that, too, as well. And we'll be back after these.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeart
heroes or villains? You decide.
You and I are going to have a problem. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
Welcome to the jungle.
Listen to the Fighty Pucks on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Some things are too good to be true. This thing is too true to be good.
The Alan Cox Show.
True that.
On 100.7 WMMS.
35192, you want to send a text to me. Alan, I got my mom £1.5 pounds of garlic sausage that she wanted. And an hour of my time. No card. Wow.
Respect. I like that.
There's a lot of applause and finger snapping from the Squire corner over there. Wow, look at that. If only your mom had wanted $1.5 pounds of garlic sausage, you would have been...
Hey, she's got $50. She can probably buy
a lot.
3 pounds of that.
Yeah. $50. Does your mom give you any indication as to what she'll spend that on?
She said they're going to see... they're going to Idaho this weekend for my nephew's graduation. So she's like, this will come in handy on the trip. I'm like, yeah, you could buy 2 bottles of water at the airport.
Right. Where is he graduating?
From high school in Idaho.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, Idaho. That's a wild state, boy.
Sure is.
Yeah. Very white.
I got my mom those pentatonic tickets I told you about.
When's that show?
August 17th.
Good for you. Outdoor, indoor?
Well, it's Blossom, so yeah.
Lawn?
Yeah, I got lawn.
You bought him or got him?
I bought him.
Hey, well, you always say you never buy tickets.
Yeah,
That you get them from the radio station. This is the first time you've ever purchased tickets for a show. Ever. Am I correct in that?
Yes.
Look at you.
Well, it's my mom.
Pentatonic. A, who knew Pentatonics was still around? B, he got him for his mom. That's sweet.
Gosh, she pissed me off.
Wait, you got him because she pissed you off?
It's going to make me feel bad about Derek Huff. And she still want to go to see Derek Huff.
9 years ago.
You know, you can do more than one thing for your mom.
No, she gets one
in a year, right?
She gets one for a year.
Mr. Zero-sum game over here. Yeah. He's still carrying Derek Huff around. Yeah, Mary's right. It was like 5 years ago.
Tell
Derek
her that.
Huff, huh?
Tell her that.
She's still holding it over your head.
We done gone on vacation since
And you
then.
figured, hey, what's the analogous musical act to Derek Huff? Pentatonics. There you go. All right.
And plus, there was a discount on Groupon, so I was like, let me act fast.
You got a Groupon? So they're not selling very well. That Krista Maldonado's foxy, though. She's still in Pentatonics? She's hot.
I don't know.
You don't know anything about it. You just know your mom wants to go see it.
My mom listens to their like Christmas album like on YouTube.
Oh.
So she's a big fan of them. I know I don't even think I remember a song from them. I think maybe Hallelujah, they did that song, but I don't know them. I know there's 2 gay guys in the group. That's all.
Okay.
And they were big on
they won some NBC show years ago.
Yeah, like a cappella or something like that. I don't remember what it was.
I think a cappella is a war crime. But listen, some people are into it. What do you want? You and your mom? Just gonna be you and your mom, or anybody else?
No, I got one for me, one for her, and then she could bring 2 guests.
You're like, I ain't gonna suffer by myself.
Well, I imagine she will want to bring some.
That's how you know it's the Groupon. 4 tickets, homie bought for his mom. Yeah. They probably cost you a total of $30.
My boyfriend would probably come with me, and then so that leaves her one little friend that she can go and hang out with.
You're gonna take your boyfriend.
Wait,
one little friend.
She gets 2 tickets, and you're gonna give one of them to McBoyfriend?
Well, she does get 2 tickets, but she would probably want me to have someone there because I'm like, I guess I would be like Gwen in this situation when you take her to a concert and she's just like, oh, she'll go along to get along. That's gonna be me. I'm gonna sit on the lawn and I'm gonna be scratchy and hot. So if I have a friend there.
Yeah, but Gwen doesn't whine the whole time at the show. That's what I see you doing.
She knows that I'll hold it in until we leave.
And then you'll whine?
No, I'll wait till I drop her off, and then I'm like, can you believe it? You'll never guess what.
You'll talk shrimp after you drop your mom off. Well, that's a polite thing to do.
Yeah, that's a polite thing to do. I'll call up everybody I know, like, oh, you don't even know I was suffering for the last 3 hours because I went to this stupid Pentatonics concert.
You'll tell everyone what a bad time you had.
No, I think.
And you think that'll make them feel good about their lives.
I think I'll have a good time.
Honestly. I think you will too.
I do like their music. They are really talented. But I can't say that I'm like a huge fan. But
I understand.
The
No,
two gay guys are cute.
I understand.
One's a twink and one's like a twunk. So
Twunk?
What's a fat twink?
No, like a taller twink. I think
twink and a twonk.
Yeah.
All right. What do you call a fat twink? I guess you can't have a fat twink.
Twinkie.
Just tall. They can only go up. They can't go out. Speaking of which, with all due respect, Lizzo, she was in town on Friday, and so downtown was madness because it was a sold-out Lizzo show at the Romo Fijo. It was a Guardians game at Progressive Field, and it was very easy to tell which people were going to which.
Oh, yeah.
So, but listen, by all accounts, a great show on Friday night. I don't know anybody went, but there were a lot of girls downtown in their sequin tops celebrating their body positivity. Let's say that. By the way, that girl never got down here to push her cans against a window on Friday.
No, she did not.
Lame.
This girl leaves a big show. She's going to come down, and she was promised, I don't know by whom, she was promised that Poundcake would sign her can. Didn't come down.
Lying ass bitch.
Well, maybe life got in the way. I mean, I'm giving her some rope here. I'm just saying that I forgot that we had been anticipating that on Friday, and it never happened.
We did get someone that came over and waved, but no pressed boobs.
Yeah, somebody we knew waved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we know that person, and they're still a listener to the show.
Right. Yeah. Yes. Well, anyway, so it was. So you'll go to Pentatonics, and I hope that it's a 95-degree day on the day that you go. In August, on the lawn at Blossom, I just hope you are sweating your balls off out there.
I'm probably going to have a really good time.
Wear a white linen suit. You got a white linen suit?
No.
Buy a white linen suit, and then wear that.
I'm probably going to look cute. Like, I'll have my muscles out, like my arms blazing.
Don't call them muscles. That detracts from all of the hard work you've done, and you've done a lot of hard work. Muscles.
Have a nice little tank top.
Yeah.
Showing my thighs off.
Well, you going to go to Pentatonics dressed like it's Pride Week?
There might be some gay.
There might be. Yes, there will be gay people there. Of course,
fan base,
Pentatonics, but I'm just saying. I mean, it's.
I was going to say, their fan base is kids and gays. So, yeah, I'm going to wear something comfortable.
Where's your mom fall in that category? Because she's the one that wants to go.
My mom's a TikTok mom. Like, she doesn't film herself, but she watches a lot of people.
Kids and gays. Hope it doesn't get shut down by the legislature. I'm sorry, we've had to cancel the Pentatonics show. All of you can go home now. Cooler heads have prevailed. Your mom's a TikTok mom.
Yes.
I think your mom should be on TikTok.
Doing reaction videos.
I think that you are missing a golden opportunity to have your mom. No. Sleeping videos. She's sleeping all day. She works a graveyard shift, which is probably not what they want to call it in the medical field, but nevertheless.
That's actually a thing on TikTok, though, is people that will just have their TikTok live, and then you can
watch them sleep.
You can watch them sleep and like pay money to wake them up.
This is what I'm saying.
What a dream.
Everything is a thing on TikTok. So, yeah, have your mom can be the new TikTok pet. Rather than her giving her hard-earned money, have people pay money to, like, what is it? They, like, blare horns and stuff.
No, I don't like the idea of my mom being a TikTok pet.
It's not up to you. She's a grown-ass woman.
Well, I don't care.
You don't care.
I'll cut off her technology on her phone plan.
That she pays for, you mean? The one that you're on that she pays for? You're going to cut it off? I'll cut off her phone plan that I'm on.
It's going to be a family plan, but I'm the administrator. It's like having a family computer. When your parents buy the computer, but the kids are the ones that know how to work it, this is how this operates, okay?
All right. We never had a computer in our house growing up, so nobody knew how to operate anything. I didn't even use a computer until college. But nevertheless, I take your point. Now, how will everyone celebrate National Masturbation Month? It's almost over. I mean, National Masturbation Day is the 28th, but have we been celebrating the month properly?
I've celebrated once or twice.
Once or twice?
Maybe.
It's the middle of the month.
I know. I don't do it that often.
Wow.
Because I'm having actual sex.
Hey.
See, this is, but you know this. You know that this is a major misconception. People think it's a zero-sum game. That's like an insult, right? People go, I don't have to do that. I got a girlfriend. You can do it all the time. Doesn't matter.
I know you can.
Guys with
but
girlfriends, wives, boyfriends do it all the time.
if my girlfriend's around, I'm going to be like, hey, can you get out of
Well,
here?
Give me 10 minutes.
Yeah. Beat it. I'm horny and I don't want you here for it.
Sometimes you don't. You're like, I'd like a couple of,
yeah.
I'd like some time with myself, honey.
Well,
I see you
no.
all the time. I don't see
No.
that all the time.
No,
Need to get in touch with the inner me.
I'm probably
Bring some of it out.
15th. Yeah, I've probably done it 4 times.
All right, but who's counting?
Is my guess.
Right.
I haven't been counting, so I don't know. So I have celebrated.
All right.
I'm sure everybody's very excited to know that.
Well, listen, I asked. I can't
Yeah.
expect to not get an answer. You know,
well, how many times have you celebrated?
some of you gals are out there double clicking on the daily. So what do you want from me?
Double clicking. How archaic.
Well, I like old timey stuff. Patting the cat. Do you prefer that?
No.
Orbiting Venus? No.
Look at the bead.
Finding Nemo?
What?
Dialing the rotary phone? You don't want that either?
Did you watch that?
DJing.
Did you? I know this is gonna sound.
Downstairs DJ? What are you doing that? Yeah?
It's gonna sound off, but it isn't connecting to Finding Nemo. Did you finish that From Black movie?
Scratching Yoda behind the ears? Yeah, I did.
Okay, that part where he's talking all weird about the movie Finding Nemo, it being like an illusion or whatever.
Yes.
And he said that it technically translates to nothing, and like the dad was having a. What was he saying during that part?
He was saying that species of fish eats their children.
Mm-hmm.
So that the movie Finding Nemo, he had killed his son by eating him, and the whole movie was an illusion about trying to find him, even though he knew to assuage his guilt
for
that
eating him.
For eating him,
Wow.
yes, that's right. And then
Yeah,
he goes on to
I've
go.
actually heard that before, and I've never even
That it was
seen
like
this
a
movie.
conspiracy theory that it's actually because Nemo translates to no one in Latin or something like that, or
And nobody in
nobody.
Latin, yeah.
Yeah, and so it's like finding nobody.
I
It's
wouldn't-
like this whole big.
I wouldn't put
conspiracy
it past the Pixar to mess with our minds that way.
Well, every one of those movies has to start with a death. So
Not always starting with one. They
Well-
usually-
One
they
somewhere
try to
in
get
or
one
a
in
kid,
there.
or it starts with a kid who has lost a parent, right? Single dad and a kid, or single mom and a kid, because you're like, okay, well, that's where it's a super easy way to take the express lane to getting some feels out of you.
You know what?
But a
I
lot
bet
of
if we
those
went through
cartoons-
them, there's not as many dead parents as you think. Incredibles, no dead parents. I don't know about Cars. Do they even have parents? They're
know.
Cars.
I mean,
They have
they were
manufacturers.
birthed by
Yeah.
someone.
Up's got the dead wife.
There's always some. I mean, but that's what makes a movie, right?
Yeah.
There's some kind of tragedy or
Well, there-
something they
yeah.
have to overcome.
But I'm just saying there's not as many dead parents as you think.
Well, but there are a lot. I
Yeah.
mean, that is the express lane to getting people. You know, you don't have to. You don't have to cast another person.
Mhm.
You can. You don't need a whole lot of exposition. You just have the kid look lovingly at a photo of them and the dead parent, and then the other parent comes in. Are you okay? And that whole story is told for you.
And that's a trope in so many movies. My favorite is when they have the dead wife or girlfriend, and the person's always going back and watching the videos of her under the sheets, just being adorable.
Yes. Or on their wedding day.
Yeah, on their wedding day, or just
Yeah.
running in like, "Come on, what's taking you so
me.
long?" Yeah,
Chase me.
Spinning around in the
Yeah.
rain, just looking up.
Yeah. And a lot of people have relationships like that. There are a lot of people.
No one has any videos like that.
You know, when my first marriage, we had a wedding video. Gwen and I didn't because
No,
it's kind of corny. But
it's a wedding. I'm not talking about a wedding video. I'm talking about the under the covers, like playing around in bed and like.
And that was
out on
before
a
everything was
picnic.
being filmed.
Yeah.
But a lot of people have relationships like that. I think maybe, people who are, sometimes you'll hear a girl referred to as a spinner. That's what that means. She's dancing around in the rain.
It's Britney Spears. She likes
That's
to
right.
twirl.
Yes. Twirl, dance,
She do be spinning.
be it under sheets, rain, sheets of rain, whatever. It all comes back together. But yeah, he does go off in that weird little tangent in the bowling alley about Finding Nemo.
Well, to answer your question, that's how I will be celebrating Masturbation Month.
Watching Finding Nemo?
Don't worry about my kinks, Bill.
Do not kink shame her.
I didn't.
She'll
just
be
asking a
watching
question.
Finding Nemo.
Specifically,
Looking,
fish.
trying to get Nemo down.
Cartoon
trying-
fish.
This
Yep.
doesn't get
Just poaching the egg right
uh,
down there and
cause problems with your other job as a fish detective.
No. Because that's real fish, and I get off to the fish cartoons.
Okay.
It's different. It's like anime and real life, you know.
Yeah.
Yep. See, at home in Chicago, we had a very easy way to get our point across. If our girlfriend was off in the other room, I'd say, she's taking selfies at the Bean.
Cute.
Oh, boy. Anywho, you do what you want to do, however you want to celebrate it. Perhaps you have. You've been visiting the safety deposit box all month. Who cares? Hey, Bird.
Hey, just was wondering if
It's the
it
one
makes
bird we
me
do
any
know
less.
is real. Go ahead.
Does it make me any less of a man that I've cried during a Disney Pixar movie?
Everyone has.
Oh, okay,
Yeah, you're a robot if you don't cry at those movies.
Yeah, I don't think I've cried at a Pixar.
Yeah, robot.
I mean, I never saw Inside Out. I never saw Up. Those are the two big tearjerkers, aren't they?
Inside Out is a big one.
Oh,
Sobbing.
Bing Bong. When Bing Bong. Oh,
Is that Lewis Black? Who is it?
No,
He's anger.
Bing Bong is Richard Kind.
Okay.
Is that his name?
Yeah.
I have no
The
idea.
guy from Spin City and stuff?
Yes.
Yeah.
One of Clooney's inner circle.
Yeah.
Which one, Bird?
I think pretty much all of them.
Oh, you've cried at all. Oh, so when you go
Yeah,
in, you're like, I'm going to start crying here. Okay.
Yeah, not specifically, but it's happened a couple times. Not sure when though.
Yeah, those movies are very heavy. They have some
They're made
real
that way.
emotional moments. I love them though. I love it.
They are constructed to give you no choice, right? That you know how they talk about how processed food is literally specifically designed to rewire your brain because it hits all the parts that, you know, you want more and more and more. Those movies are specifically made to wire your brain in that way. Animated and focus grouped to get to that sweet spot. So it just makes you a human being, Bird. A human being and a bird.
All right.
All right. There's Bird in Olmsted Falls. I'll tell you the big winner, and who knew, winner in air quotes, big winner of all this retail catastrophe. Bed Bath & Beyond is going away. A lot of Old Navies are shuttering. There's a lot of Nordstrom Rack stores that are going away. They're turning them into pickleball courts. So the next time you're in a mall and it's noisier than usual, they like to refer to pickleball as America's fastest growing sport. Then in parentheses, in the 70 and up crowd. They're trying to make it seem like a cool thing, but I don't think people are really buying into it.
Dude.
But when you've got empty retail space, you're going to fill it with something. And these malls, they just want the rent. And they said that not just a few places are putting pickleball courts in there.
My mom is going to learn to play pickleball while she's out visiting my brother because he plays a lot.
Last summer, I was at a show in Michigan, and old people were talking about playing pickleball, and I started to make fun of them. I was like, oh, this is an old people sport, blah, 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 blah. I posted the video online, and I got so much crap from the pickleball community that was like, this is not an old people sport. Everybody loves it. They're putting in parks all over America. Like, it's very much a young people thing. And I was like, the only people I have ever seen talking about it are over 60.
Yes, those are like Gen Zers that are trying to convince themselves that they stumbled onto something new, and it's not just old people. It started in the 60s, for God's sake. I don't know why it blew up. I assume because of COVID.
I think because of COVID, and yeah, I call it American tennis because
what is regular tennis? Like Scottish? Where did tennis start?
I don't know. Tennis is just a lot more difficult because it's a bigger court and you have to move around more.
Pickleball's tiny,
so
right?
Pickleball is a smaller court, so you don't have to move as much.
And it's a paddle.
So it's noisy, so it's like that pop, pop, pop.
Yeah.
Like if you ever go past one, I mean, there were like local ordinances in towns across the country where like we cannot have a pickleball court here because it's too goddamn noisy, and the people who live around here are always complaining. So that's why they're trying to put them now in malls. Pickleball America is a group that's taking over an 80,000 square feet space in Stamford, Connecticut, where an old Saks used to be. And it's going to become one of the largest indoor pickleball venues in the United States. Now, I will laugh when these places go broke in 18 months.
Pickleball places?
Yeah. But again, it'll just be, malls obviously always have some giant space that's empty. The Meadows in St. Louis will fill a former Bed Bath & Beyond with a pickleball court. So maybe you are one of those people. This news comes to you on the wings of a dove. You just couldn't be happier that pickleball, because here's what they have to do, and this is how you know it's not that fun, is these just aren't pickleball courts going in. They got to have food, and they got to have drinks, and they got to have all this other stuff. If pickleball was so awesome, you wouldn't need all that stuff. You'd just be filled to the brim with enthusiasm for the game, but they got to turn it into like, well, here's a big place with a bunch of stuff to do in it and pickleball. But these are going all over.
You want to come watch me play pickleball? No, I'm good. There's cotton candy.
Oh.
Choose your color.
They've got deep fried pickle chips.
How do you feel about kettle corn?
How about a big soft pretzel?
Extra cheese, please.
Choices of mustard. I got a break. If you want to send a text, 35192. You want to watch, AlanCoxShow.com is where the pictures show up. And we'll be back after these.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. 100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
It's time to give some stuff away. Now it's time to give some stuff away.
All right, I want to go see Shinedown. They are back on the road this summer. Special guest Papa Roach and Spirit Box, who just did a phenomenal headlining set here at the House of Blues a couple of weeks ago. They go way back with Shinedown, so all the bands are pals. Papa Roach, great band too, whether they're in support or headlining. It's going to happen Wednesday night, September the 6th at Blossom. Tickets are on sale. Go to livenation.com for the info. I will give you a pair here. Caller 10, 2 for Shinedown with Papa Roach and Spirit Box out at Blossom. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
He's been called a waste of space before, but now it's official. Alan Cox.
To occupy the city.
On 100.7 WMMS.
35192 when I send a text. AlanCoxShow.com. The watch is helping out today. Octopocto is back there. Hey, thanks for assisting, sir or madam.
This is just
Appreciate
a
the help.
coincidence that Octopocto is helping out today, and I was doing the New York Times spelling bee game, and octo was one of the words that I was able to spell. Well, it's actually octopod.
You're saying pure coincidence.
Pure coincidence.
Yeah. All right. Well, I believe you because I have no reason to.
Have you ever played that spelling bee
to
game?
not. I have.
I love it.
It's triggering for me.
Why?
Because I was a spelling bee champion as a young man.
Well,
and it's a hard life, Bill. It's a hard life, and it's not for everyone. And I don't want to bore you with tales. Suffice to say that I'm lucky I got out. ALIVE, alive. But you go ahead. You and Octopocto have a good time over there and do whatever you want to do.
Well, the beauty of the spelling bee app game is that you don't have to spell it right the first try. You just have to find a bunch of words.
Mm-hmm.
So you being a word nerd, I feel like this is right up your alley because you know so many words and you always like learning new words.
Yeah. No, I don't do Wordle. My wife does Wordle. She loves it. She's
Wordle.
she's in a group chat of friends who all race to get Wordle done first.
I love that. I do that with my girlfriend. We'll play at the same time. Sometimes, like the other day, I got it super fast, and she's like, "What the?" And I was just like, "Hey," but usually she beats me.
There is a version of Wordle called Quordle.
Mm-hmm.
QW.
Yeah, I hate that so hard.
I'm very good at it.
Yeah.
It's one of two words, and it shows you like how Wordle shows you yellow if it's a correct letter in the wrong place, green if it's the correct letter in the green in the correct place. Well, this because it's two words, it'll be half. So it'll be like half yellow if it's a correct letter in one of the two words,
You're
but
playing
in the wrong place.
They made a 2-word because I was playing the 4-word version of
Well,
that.
I'm only playing the 2-word
Okay,
version.
that's a lot more manageable. The
Yeah.
4-word version of it
That's impossible.
it's very hard. I've done it a few times. Tommy on my podcast is very good at that. She kills it on that.
Yeah, the 2-word version I can do.
2-word is way more manageable. I think you would like the spelling bee, and they also have mini crossword puzzles, which
I'm
I love.
not very good at crossword.
But that's why the mini ones are way more manageable
Yeah.
because you're getting like 8 words as opposed to 40.
There's a guy here in our traffic department who reads the paper every day, and when he remembers or when I'm in the studio, he'll bring it to me, and I'll I always do the Sudoku, very good at Sudokus, the word jumble, and then I try to do the crossword, but the crossword in the newspaper, I can get like 7 words confidently. And then I'm like, that's it.
Yeah, that's why the
There's
mini's
no
so great
other-
because
right.
the mini is just a few, it's just a little easier. And if you can get like half of it, it pretty much fills out the other half for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't do those. I get a word of the day email, and that's enough for me. That's just fine. That's
What
how I
was the
learn
word of the
some new
day?
Today?
Yeah.
Obnubilate.
Obnubilate.
To dim or darken.
Obnubilate?
Obnubilate.
Obnubilate.
So, but I'll let my wife handle the Wordle. She and her pals, and I don't mess with that. Hey, your Cleveland Guardians are on a pretty good run right now. 4-3 was the final yesterday. They took 2 of 3 against the LA Angels here at home. They're on the road to play the White Sox in Chicago. That is tomorrow night, 8:10 here on WMMS. They'll take tonight off. And then hear him from Guaranteed Rate Field, the South Side tomorrow night. And the last couple of weeks for you to use the promo code POOF, too. I was trying to explain to someone over the weekend that was the word. They did not believe me. I said yes. They said why. I said, I don't know. I tell them they need to let me start picking the words. But it is POOF for May. Who cares why? It's 20% off. Whatever you get at CLE Clothing Co. Speaking of the House of Blues, because I mentioned Spirit Box, did the Lil Wayne show already happen here, or is it
like
happening?
2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
2 weeks ago.
It happened.
Did he finish the show? I guess he got all pissed in L.A. and walked off early. Did people go here?
Yeah,
It was sold out, right?
Yeah.
It was, it was House of Blues and it's Lil Wayne, so it better have sold out.
Well, that's what I mean. I mean, not everybody sells out. We ain't about to be bending over backwards for these folks, is what he said. He ended the final show of the tour. See, that sounds like you just want to get home.
Yeah, he's over
You're
it.
like, I'm going to make up some crap because I'm not happy with how the crowd might be completely into it, but not enough for you. So you're like, this is the last stop. I don't have to go to Salt Lake City tomorrow or wherever.
Backwards for these folks.
That's what he said. We appreciate it, but we have to be bending backwards for these folks. We work too hard for this shrimp. We work way too hard, he told the audience after accusing the crowd of disrespecting his fellow performers. This was at the Wiltern in L.A. Last date on the tour.
Like they weren't paying attention during the openers or something?
Well, no, he went on stage.
He went late.
He was an hour late on stage. He went out and did like half an hour, and then he's like, here's these young up-and-comers that are on my label that I'm trying to get you excited about. And the crowd wasn't there for them. They were there for Lil Wayne, so they weren't giving those guys much. And then he was like, well, that's disrespectful. We're done.
That is kind of disrespectful, though.
Yeah, but it's also just dudes on his label that he's trying to get people to pay attention to. Like, it's not the crowd's fault if the people that you're trying to sign to awful record deals aren't lighting the place up. Like, there's a reason they're just starting out. I mean, somebody's got to give them a leg up. I get it, but it's not my fault. If I don't like what I'm seeing, I came to see you.
But you don't have to boo them or if you disrespect them.
Then say people booed him. He said
weren't even booing. They just
he wasn't
weren't
happy
energetic.
with the response.
Yeah.
He thought people should be going bananas. Second of all, do you want him to be more excited for these guys than you? No.
But that's also why you don't have the headliner go out and be
That's
like...
exactly what I was going to say. Why not have them open the show instead of go in the middle of his performance?
Yeah, it's a very strange thing to have them... That'd be like...
If you open for Bill Burr, he does 20 minutes. It's like, all right, Bill Squire.
Yeah,
Everybody
like,
what?
oh, wait, no, I don't do that.
You come back out.
No.
Then you do 10 in the middle, and
Yeah.
he comes out and does another half hour. That doesn't make any sense.
I mean, I'd kill it, but no. There's no winning in that situation. Even with the best material, people be like, no, we want Bill Burr, not Bill Squire. Like,
Bill Burr getting a nice voice cameo in Barry. Anybody watching Barry over there on HBO?
I need to catch up. I watched the first season and then did
We
not
fell
stick
off
with it.
That's
I
great.
need to get back on. But there's just so many goddamn TV shows.
Yeah, there really are.
I just can't.
You
keep
gotta,
up.
you
There's
gotta.
too many.
If you're somebody that's got the time, and I don't think any of us do, you'd have to have a spreadsheet for all the television shows you're watching. If you're subscribed, some people keep it simple. God bless you, people that keep it simple. They go, I have Netflix and Hulu, and that's it. I'm the dummy that's got every goddamn streaming app. So then I go, ooh, what's on this? Well, I'm watching this too.
Well, I also just like stuff that is somewhat like just, I'm playing mini crossword puzzles while me and my girlfriend are watching Crime Scene Kitchen. Perfect.
Oh, you want background noise.
It's not even background. Like we're both kind of watching it, but we're just relaxing.
Somebody, I don't know
like
who
playing my mini crossword puzzles.
I don't know if somebody made a live joke or if it was a tweet or what it was because it's hard to keep track of that stuff also. But somebody said Netflix should have a category of shows that I can still follow when I'm on my phone.
Absolutely.
That should be a
And that's
category.
like Crime Scene Kitchen. It works perfect for that. Be like, oh, okay. I see what they're trying to make.
Yeah, I guess so. Anyway, so Lil Wayne, I couldn't remember if he was still coming to Cleveland or if he had come to Cleveland.
Yeah. Seemed to have gone off without incident in Cleveland.
Right. That was. This is my mother effing artist, Alan. No relation. That was Twist. That was Yaj. We are Young Money. We appreciate y'all time. And then they walked off stage after 30 minutes. Oh, listen, Lil Wayne has always, he marches to the beat of his own drum. Can't give them a hard time for that. But you also can't give the audience a hard time either. I don't think. Not their fault. They want to see you. Leaves a bad taste in their mouth. Alan, I saw Lil Wayne at the Q in 08 or 09, and we brought his new acts out. There were Drake and Nicki Minaj.
Oh,
I'm
so
saying,
maybe you do
like,
So it
pay
worked out
attention
pretty
then.
well.
Yeah.
But that's hindsight.
Yes, but
But
I mean, these scrubs could be nothing.
But they could be the next
But they
Drake
could
and
be the
Nicki
next-
Minaj.
They could, but so
Drake
what?
and Minaj.
I would say give some
Then you
credit
go-
to the guy who founded all these people. You would
No,
not
I
have
under- I
you would not have a
understand.
Drake, you wouldn't have a Tyga, you wouldn't have a
They
Nicki
founded
Minaj.
all these people. He founded them.
He was their founder. Yeah.
He found. Give
He's
credit.
he's their founding father.
Give credit to the guy who founded all these people.
Founded these
You mean found?
He founded these people.
All right. Listen, I don't know what to tell you, but Cleveland, Ohio, God bless you for having more supporters than protesters show up for the drag brunch or whatever. They did like a drag story hour over there in Gordon Square. And there were a couple of people there that were complaining and whining, but way more people showed up in support.
Good.
And that's good news. Veranda Lanai, which is an amazing drag name, and Dakota Cox, no relation, read books and played games and sang children's songs. I am curious, and I have to say, because the primary concern, not even a concern, the fake outrage over drag brunch is just because there's kids there. Even the people who vehemently don't think drag queens should even exist usually will say, hey, if it's adults, whatever trips your trigger. I don't know where the kids part of it started, though, because now it's just to the point where I don't even think this was happening as frequently as people think it is, but now you've kind of got to double down so that you can resist whatever that right-wing assault is. So you have to put on things like that. Whereas before, they were kind of like, I think, relatively few and far between. And I don't mean locally, I mean at all. So I'm curious. I don't even know like when the kid thing started. It was like, just like a couple of libraries were like, let's have a drag queen read to kids, right? Like that was kind of the genesis of the whole thing. Hey, that would be like a funny, quirky thing to do. But now those same people who don't want drag queens to do anything, they don't even want libraries around. So they've gone all in. They're like,
Books are the problem.
well, to those people, books are the problem. That's absolutely correct.
All books.
All books. That's right.
knowledge.
Yes. Yep. So, yeah, they started with, we don't want drag queens reading to our kids, ended with, we don't want our kids reading. We don't care. I don't read to them. I don't want a drag queen reading to them. But, you know, good news, I guess, or a good showing for those people who, you know, a bunch of Proud Boy dummies show up, or who I don't know who it is. You know, nobody knows who they are because they always have masks on. Now they want to wear masks. But the danger with these kinds of things is that you're going to be overloaded with protesters, and you know those people are all in favor of peaceful protest. But that didn't happen this time. I was reading about a teacher in Florida who is being investigated by the state. Talk about Pixar movies, because she showed a movie called Strange World. This wasn't a Pixar movie, but it was I don't know if any of you guys
Wait a minute.
saw
Is this
it.
the dream one with Jason Momoa?
No,
like a goat?
that's Slumberland.
Oh, we watched that. Okay.
That wasn't very good.
I thought it was kind of cute.
No, Strange World is the biggest Disney flop in decades. They spent $130 million on this movie, and it was okay on Disney Plus. I think it did okay, but it lost like $200 million for Disney.
We watched this. The gay guy is the main character.
It's got a gay main character.
Yeah.
So it's not Pixar, it's Disney. So, and
This
obviously,
is a cool movie, though.
Well, it was just the marketing wasn't there, and then the
marketing wasn't there. You couldn't. The premise was really vague. It looked cool, but it didn't do too much. Like they had big names, and it was Dennis Quaid, Jake Gyllenhaal. I mean, it looked cool, but we watched it, and I couldn't tell what the hell was going on. So, like, it had an outline of a script, but I couldn't believe it cost as much as it did. But it lost a ton of money. But anyway, And obviously, globally, it doesn't help because it got excluded in all the global markets that couldn't handle a gay cartoon. So
the gayness isn't even a huge thing. They just ask, at one point, they ask the main character about his crush, and it happens to be another boy. Like, that's as gay as it gets.
Yeah.
Right.
But that's a lot for some people. Because then they're like, how do I explain that to my child?
Who's wearing a Kevlar backpack.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
So Florida State is investigating a teacher for showing Strange World to her class. By the way, that probably doubled the number of people who've seen this movie by showing it to her class. 5th grade.
Well, double the people that maybe saw it in theaters, but like you said, it did really well on Disney Plus.
We've watched it like 10 times.
10?
Dude, Blake
times?
Blake goes on stretches with movies where, like, that is the only movie we watch for 2 straight weeks.
Wow.
And it'll be like, she
gets her hooks in. And,
yes. So that one was a couple months ago. It was Strange World, where it's literally as soon as it ends, she wants you to start it over. Slumberland was one of them. When the new Buzz Lightyear came out, that was one of them. She went through a phase with the latest Godzilla King Kong with The Rock. Was that one?
It was a video game.
I'm sorry, no, Rampage.
Video game movie, yeah.
So, yeah, but it's never makes any sense what she's going to pick, but she hangs on to it.
Whatever it is that's what it is.
You know what it was 3 weeks ago? Documentaries about tornadoes and hurricanes. Like, I'm in the other room and I hear like terror and I come back and she's watching a hurricane documentary and people dying. I'm like, what are you watching? And she's like, cyclones are made by high pressure and low pressure systems. Like, I mean, you're learning, but this is kind of terrifying.
We didn't let our oldest daughter watch any weather channel because she was so obsessed with weather and like thunderstorms and tornadoes and stuff like that. It would freak her out and get her all worked up. And we'd like walk into the room and you could tell she just changed the channel back. And
she's all
I'm like, what are you watching? And she's like, just the Jersey Shore. I'm like, no, you were watching the weather channel.
You were watching tornadoes.
Just Vanderpump Rules.
That's just pornography. I'm like, no, you were watching the weather channel. I know it.
It doesn't upset Blake. She's just like weirdly intrigued by.
Is she watching that Dr. Beardo's Kid Cops or what's that show on? Oh God,
Kid Cops.
I can never get the name right. Tony Hale over on Disney Plus.
I don't know that one.
The Mysterious Benedict Society. Is she watching that?
Oh, maybe.
Try to turn around to that.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one
bunch
yet.
of genius kids who were trying to.
But yeah, she went through this Strange World phase probably 2 or 3 months ago, where it was just over and over and over again.
Yeah. Okay, I got to take a break. If you're on hold, I'll get you on the way back. If you want to send a text, 35192 and AlanCoxShow.com for all the other stuff.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Partly to mostly sunny skies for your Monday with highs around 70. Mostly clear tonight with overnight lows around 50. For your Tuesday, partly sunny, highs in the 70s.
This report is sponsored by Bank of America. Bank of America has powerful digital solutions for local and global businesses, so you can make every move matter. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America, N.A. Copyright 2023.
You're gonna love this house, Sergeant Riley.
Just look at these high ceilings.
The upstairs is even better. City lights right from your window.
Upstairs? I don't see any stairs.
Oh, just strap on this harness and climb right up.
Up this rock climbing wall.
There's no field manual for finding the right home. But when you do, USAA Homeowners Insurance can help protect it the right way. Like saving up to 15% with our claims-free discount if you haven't filed a claim in 5 years, even if you've been with another provider. Learn more today at USAA.com/insuremyhome. USAA. Ability to receive a quote depends on membership eligibility. Membership eligibility and product restrictions apply and are subject to change. Discounts vary by location and may not be available in all states. Restrictions apply. USAA means United Services Automobile Association and its affiliates, San Antonio, Texas.
Jeff Kinsbach here with Rich Claiborne of the Claiborne Auto Stores. Rich, the savings are huge.
Search our wide selection, take your pick, and save.
Bet you got a great example.
New 2023 Ford Explorers, $4,000 off MSRP. plus attractive lease payments.
Wow. And congratulations on Claiborne's 50th anniversary.
It's all about the people. Claiborne team members who care and loyal customers who put their trust in Claiborne.
Experience the difference at the Claiborne Auto Stores.
I've tried a lot of language learning apps lately, and Rosetta Stone is hands down my favorite. I love that it teaches you phrases you can use in real-life conversations. And they have the best speech recognition tool. It tells you how accurate your pronunciation is, so you can really nail your accent. Learn almost any language you want, like Spanish, Italian, Chinese, and Korean. Or get access to all 25 languages for life with Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. Check it out at rosettastone.com.
Your spark is all you need. And let's be real, you don't have time for smoke and mirrors anyway. So ditch all the pretentiousness and the lighter it rode in on with Blue. Blue e-cigs are available in a variety of satisfying flavors and nicotine strengths. Even better, it's odorless. When you're living unlit, you're comfortable being your true you. And no one will mistake ashtray for your signature scent. Blue. Get unlit. Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. Underage sale prohibited. Blue is a trademark of Font Molding 4BV. Copyright 2022. Fontum US LLC.
This is Monster Jam! See the legendary Gravedigger and more tear up the dirt with massive stunts, all-out racing, and crazy skills. It's adrenaline-charged fun for the whole family.
Let's hear it! Make some noise!
Monster Jam, as big as it gets. Coming to Cleveland Browns Stadium June 3rd. Brought to you by BKT Tires and Great Clips. Visit monsterjam.com today.
Okay, true stories from Huntington customers with Annie.
You're a woman-owned business. You're growing. How does banking fit in?
Huntington feels like a part of our team, and when I got the news that we had gotten into our dream retailer, I said, Huntington is the reason that we can accept this contract. You allowed us to get here. It's something that Morgan and I...
Get more than money from your bank. Welcome to Huntington. Real people compensated for true stories.
It's Doogie here. You're ready for a comeback. And with Purdue Global, you can do more than take classes. You can take charge of your story, of your career, of your life. Earn a degree you can be proud of and get an education employers respect. It's time. It's your time, not just to go back to school, but to come back and move forward with Purdue Global, Purdue's online university for working adults. Start your comeback at purdueglobal.edu. That's purdueglobal.edu.
So you just used bug spray in your home. Now what? Well, between the waiting and waiting for things to dry up and keeping your family away from the mess, it hits you. You could have used Zevo. Unlike other bug sprays that stick around, Zevo goes from kill to clean in seconds. Plus, it's safe for use around people and pets when used as directed. Zevo, people-friendly, bug-deadly.
Get more for your money at Meijer with the 7 for $7 sale. Right now, mix or match over 1,000 items and pay just $1 each when you buy 7 or more of items like Chobani or Dan & Greek yogurt, Meijer pasta sauce, Glasso vitamin water, or Body Armor sports drink, and essential paper towels, 1 double roll. Get more for your money this week at Meijer. Exclusions apply. See all the deals in the Meijer app.
At the American Lung Association, we're fighting for a day when we can all breathe easier. We're fighting for clear skies over every city and healthy lungs throughout the country. We're fighting to free millions of Americans from the addictive grip of tobacco and the devastating effects of lung disease. The American Lung Association isn't just fighting for air, we're fighting for all the things that make it worth breathing, and we can use your help. See what you can do at fightingforair.org.
Find savings on the vehicle of your dreams all month long at Classic Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Madison. It's Doogie here, and it's Ram season. AJ Kelly and his team, they're offering a lease on a 2023 Ram Bighorn Quad Cab Hemi V8 for $369 per month. Returning leasees save even more with a payment of $349 per month. Classic Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 20 in Madison or online, classicchrysler-dodge-jeep.net. $29.95 plus doc fee due at signing, 42-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. Offer ends 5/31/23.
Lorain County Community College grads are ready for the future.
I turned to LCCC for a degree in advanced technology.
To gain the skills needed to start a new career in cybersecurity.
To become a nurse and make a difference in our community.
To save money before earning my degree at a 4-year university.
To earn a degree that fits with my life.
You can turn to LCCC. We will prepare you for the jobs of the future. Lorain County Community College. Always here, always ready. Enroll today.
It's Ram season, which means it's time to serve with Ram 1500, Ram 3500, and Ram TRX. Hurry in now for great deals on the trucks that are built to serve. And now, well-qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on the 2023 Ram 1500 Bighorn Quad Cab 4x4 for $439 a month for 36 months with $3,358 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra, no security deposit required. Call 1-877-RAM-5722 for details. Requires dealer contribution at least through Chrysler Capital. Extra charge for miles over 30,000. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 5/31/23.
DQ presents The Sound of Summer Calling. Hey, it's me, Summer. I know you're busy with Beach Days Little League games and all the other fun in the sun, but you gotta get to DQ ASAP Pronto right now. The new Summer Blizzard menu is here, and it brought 5 iconic summer flavors, like new peanut butter puppy chow and s'mores. Oh yeah, it's back. Oh, that's my other line. Everyone is pumped about this new DQ Summer Blizzard menu. I gotta go. See ya, DQ. Get it in the app. DQ. Happy tastes good.
In a new series from the teams at Natl and iHeartRadio, this is the Fighty Pups. We're going out on the ice with the most violent hockey team ever.
That was guerrilla warfare at its highest.
Were they heroes or villains? You decide.
You and I are going to have a problem. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
Welcome to the jungle.
Listen to the Fighty Pucks on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
All right, we had a fantastic time last Wednesday for our inaugural Alan Cox Show night with the Cleveland Funny Bus. We're doing it every Wednesday in May. You have a very funny comic that's kind of showing you around town things you might not have known or seen before. And I was your host last week. Bill is your host this week. I think it's sold out.
There's 2 tickets left.
2 tickets that you can buy if you go to funnybus.net. Otherwise, you can win them here, okay? Good luck. Car 10. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
Sure, you could listen to another show, but then how would you find the puppies we've buried in boxes around the city? 100.7 WMMS.
$35192. I want to get a text. AlanCoxShow.com, where you can watch live. Thanks again to Octo Pocto, who's back there helping out. Guardians will play tomorrow night. They finished up a weekend series against the LA Angels. They won 2 of 3 there. And they'll play the White Sox in Chicago tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday. They'll go into New York to play the Mets. And then the White Sox will come here a week of the 22nd. So 8:10 tomorrow night is your first pitch here on MMS. Pre-game around 7:40 is usually how that lays out. You can also listen on the iHeartRadio app if you prefer. If you listen to this show on the app from out of state, tell me where. Sean listens in Indianapolis. Andy's in Atlanta. Lori's one of our bureau chiefs in Albuquerque. Sebastian's in Salt Lake City. And Marty is a new listener in Palm City, Florida. So thank you, one and all. Was it Josh Naylor? Is that dude's name?
Yeah.
He's the guy that's really making things happen right now, right?
Totally.
A lot of late-game homers. Is that what he's famous for?
These past 3 games, he's done it, yeah.
Wasn't he the guy that was just going bananas last season with this stuff?
He had a few big moments last season, too, yeah.
All right. Naylor homered in the 8th inning of all 3 games at Progressive Field, each of which gave the Guardians the lead. That's not too shabby. But I mean, like, wasn't he like Wreck-It Ralphing it around the diamond last year? Like he
had some big moments.
Hitting Tito in the head.
He hit he did that. He was headbutting people.
Yeah.
He had a moment in the Yankees series where he hit a home run. and was rocking the baby, but then like we lost the series, so he got mocked by the.
Oh, rocking the baby.
Yeah.
Oh,
What
he's
was
kind of chubby, isn't he?
Yeah.
Well, why you got
And
do
the
that
year
to him?
before that,
What, this
he
guy's
had a
having
horrific knee injury that was quite memorable.
I remember.
Guy's having a great time, and you got to call him chubby?
No, I only know that because Brian and I were watching a game the other night, and he's not very fast. Or he is fast, and I didn't think he was going to be fast
When
because
you're
he was
hitting him out of the
chubby.
park, you don't have to run that fast.
Maybe that's what it was. There was something, but I was like,
Trot.
he's a big guy. Like, he's not, I don't know. I feel like baseball has the least athletic looking players. Am I incorrect in saying that?
Well, there are a lot of big guys in football,
But that's
they don't
their
have to
job.
do much. Well, yeah.
Like, if you're a defensive lineman, your job is to be a huge person.
You don't have to run. you
Right.
know. Well, right now the Guardians have the fewest home runs in Major League Baseball with 23. But
did it.
Josh Naylor has 6 with the Guardians. So he's a guy that they're happy about and looking to right now. And I guess that's good for people who like that. Have you gone to any of these? Have you used that pass before the show any of these days?
I used it, not before the show. I used it a few times in April, and then the renewal was on an old card, and it didn't go through. And then I tried to update it, and I couldn't update it. And so then it just lapsed. So I was like, And I haven't had time to go.
Wait, they give you a card for this?
No,
his
my
credit
card.
card.
Oh.
It was like an old.
Oh.
That was like my default card saved on my MLB account. And I tried to update it, and it wouldn't update. And they gave me a number to call that I had to call before 9 a.m., but it was already closed. So I was like, I guess I'm not going to have it for May. So maybe in June. But I've been so busy, I haven't had any time to go to any games.
All right.
So I had shows Friday and Saturday, and then on Sunday, my mom went to visit my mom. So no.
And give her $50.
Mm-hmm. Right, so she can get the pass.
Right. Maybe that's what she'll do.
That'd be nice.
You might see the initials FAFO. You know what FAFO means?
Fully aware from outside.
If you are fully aware from outside, it means you'll see somebody walk into a building and they immediately get foggy.
Uh-huh.
But you put them back outside where they have fresh air, vitamin D from the sun, ostensibly.
Oh, no,
a day
that's
like
what
today.
it is. Fresh air from outside.
Fresh air from outside. I knew we'd get there. She got there. FAFO, a lot of these right-wing guys are fans of this. F around, find out. The thought is, hey, you think, how about you, Well, a lot of them are effing around and finding out. You'll notice a lot of those same people, you know how some people will have those dumb, all the stickers are equally dumb, by the way. You'll see stick figure families on the backs of cars.
Mm-hmm.
There's a mom. They want you to know how many kids they've got. They've replaced the old baby on board or kids in the car sign with these stickers of the family on the back. Well, a lot of these gun dudes, I don't mean gun owners. I mean the guys who have made guns their whole personality, those people. So not every gun owner, obviously, but a fraction of them, and we know who they are, have made firearms their entire personality. And so you'll see stickers on cars, come and take it, right? Well, a lot of people are doing that. They're smashing these guys' windows and taking the guns that are out of their cars, and these guys are getting downright emotional about it. Firearms across this country being stolen at record rates, specifically from vehicles that have these stickers on it, have like an AK. Instead of a family, it'll be a series of different sized firearms so they can really drive the point home to you. But they said that the largest source right now of stolen guns is parked cars, especially if they have those stickers. So if you're somebody driving around with one of those come and take it, guess what? FAFO. People are doing that. They're coming and taking your guns. So there are people who are going through neighborhoods specifically around sports arenas, Just breaking into cars, especially ones that have. Because listen,
That's pretty dumb, though.
you could break into any car and you might find a firearm, but you find a car with one of those stickers on it. I don't know if you're more likely. I mean,
to get shot.
Well, there's nobody in the car. I mean, they're talking about like if it's in a parking lot or they're not walking into people's driveways and doing it. Guys are walking out of the front door and shooting kids because the ball rolled into their yard. You're not going to do it in their driveway, but at sports arenas and things. What's pretty dumb?
Messing around with the people who actually have the firearms. That's pretty dumb.
Well, a lot of people have firearms. It's just a lot of people aren't advertising it on their cars.
Okay, but if they're advertising it, that means they want people to know that they have guns.
Well, of course.
Therefore, they're more likely to use it publicly. That's pretty dumb. I'm not breaking into anybody's car, but especially if they have
No, but they're not in the
AK-47.
car. If you go up to any car where there's nobody in it and you break into it, they can't do it. They're inside watching the game.
I understand.
They're in getting a burrito or,
Like, I'm sure they, if they have guns in their car, if they have a newer car, you get notifications when things are askew in your car. If
but you're not going to be able to get to they're going to snatch and grab. They're not going to wait around.
They're hanging out with that gun.
Poundcake,
Posed up
they're
by the
already
car.
saying the people are targeting these cars because it's more likely to have a gun in there, and they know they can get away.
Okay. It's still stupid.
But you're right. If something is askew in their car, then they'll get a notification. I don't know that these are cars that are getting notifications.
Or they might have
I don't think they're
dash
car.
cam or
Huh?
something. They might have something
But
in
again,
there.
they're not in the car, so what does it matter?
But I think maybe if they're outside their house, I think that's
they
what
can
Cody's
find
saying.
you.
That if they're going to have a gun in
But
their
I
car,
just said
I
they're
know,
not
I know,
doing
I know,
it at
I know.
people's houses.
Change
I know.
the setting is not the house.
Okay.
Oh, he's exasperated now because he wasn't listening to me.
I really tried to back you up on that one. I was really trying.
Well, it doesn't matter where the car is. Just justifying breaking into anyone's car in general.
No one's justifying breaking into the car.
That's what it
The
sounds like.
point is,
No, we're trying to communicate to you what is happening. We're not saying it's okay or good. We're saying that people
With this sticker.
with this sticker are being targeted by car thieves because they say it's more likely that there's a gun in there. And yes, there's always a risk when you break into anybody's car, but they say, hey, it's worth the risk because we might be able to get a gun and be able to sell that gun for a lot of money or use it.
Poundcake's worried that you might break into a car that has a gun timed with a tripwire to shoot someone who breaks that exact window.
Let's connect with dental floss.
Dental floss, you
Do
got to
the
be
handle.
really careful.
Breaking into Kevin McAllister's car.
Yeah, you'll be stepping barefoot on, yeah.
Yeah, slipped on a bunch of micro machines and it got shot by an AR-15.
That movie makes me mad.
Why? I
Home
love that
Alone,
movie.
because it's so stupid.
That's the point of the
Stupid.
movie. It's the whole point.
These guys get into the climb out of the house barefoot.
Well, his shoes came off. There's not like...
They were
Then you
stuck on
leave
the
and go home and
tar.
get shoes.
They're criminals,
No,
Ellen.
it doesn't
They're
make
not
them
that
stupid.
smart.
Well, those guys, pretty dumb. The Wet Bandits, isn't that what they call them?
I have a Wet Bandits t-shirt.
Because they were, of course you do.
It's my favorite movie growing
Because I thought it was It's a Wonderful Life.
up. No, growing up, like as a kid. Home Alone was my favorite movie. That was my
Oh, as an
started over.
adult, you adopted It's a Wonderful Life.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, I did.
You go, you know what? Now that I'm a grown-up, I want to go back into black and white movies.
You know
That's
what I think
want.
it is? I want that movie to be my favorite movie so bad.
Why?
I like it. It's a great movie.
Not a great movie.
I enjoy
A
it.
popular movie. Not a great.
It's not even that popular. A
Yeah.
lot of people have never seen it.
It's a Wonderful Life. It's a pretty popular movie.
Everybody
long.
my age and up has seen it.
Yeah.
Not everybody your age has seen it.
Right. It's long. It's old.
Yeah, but it still gets shown with some regularity,
Yeah. Once a year at Christmas.
I guess.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Well, they pigeonholed themselves into that.
Well, yeah.
That's
any
not on the
Christmas
that's not
movie.
the programmer's fault. That's, some Christmas movies you can watch any time of the year. And you still get a good hoot out of it,
I don't know
or a
what
hee-haw in their case.
If that wasn't my favorite movie, I don't know what my favorite movie would be.
Mine is Jurassic Park.
It's a good one.
Well, yeah, you have no idea what it would be.
I think I'm having an identity crisis.
You have one of those every couple of weeks, I feel like. It's,
Well, this is a recent one then.
Yeah. Because I do love
she's
that movie.
due.
I
Yeah.
like the idea of it more than I like the nostalgia of it. I like that my mom and I have a tradition with it.
That's good.
But I don't know that it's my favorite movie. And this is the first time I've said that out loud.
I was going to say, this really feels like a breakthrough.
It is.
And we're not even going to charge you $400 an hour.
You stop lying to yourself. That's
I'm
nice.
trying to be more honest with myself lately, and this is part of it. It's just coming out, you know?
Well, now
Maybe
you've-
it's Elf.
Now you've got to hire.
It doesn't have to be a Christmas movie.
I was going to say.
Are you sure?
You've got to. It can be anything. In the entire history of cinema, you can choose whatever you want. It doesn't have to be holiday centric.
Also, start watching movies that you like rather than just watching horror movies all the time.
Yeah, those
And
are
you
bad.
might really find a movie that you enjoy.
Well, I like rom-coms. I like comedies.
Yeah,
I like,
that's-
yeah.
But you don't watch those very often
I
because
don't
you're always
watch
watching
anything anymore.
Yeah.
The only thing I watch is horror movies with Brian, if we're watching something for pleasure.
Yeah.
That's our go-to as well. Horror
Horror?
movies. Yep.
Because you'll get scared and squeeze each other's knees.
Yes.
Right. Not their knees. Yes, they start with their knees, Mary. It's a butt and a nipple. Listen, rom-coms are a little too nerdy for me.
I like them. I think they're cute.
I
I love
mean,
a good rom-com.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Two
When-
people arguing over computers? I don't get it, man. It's
CD rom-com.
Hey, Randy.
Hey, Alan. I wanted to make a quick comment about the gun thing, but while I was on hold, I heard you talk with Mary about It's a Wonderful Life. Mary, I'm a film lover. Here's a couple of titles. If you want to check out cool black and white movies with a great kind of heartwarming story from the same era, Best Years of Our Lives and Sullivan's Travels, Casablanca. As far as rom-coms that are more modern for 2000, High Fidelity. Love that movie.
That's a
Paycheck
great
Life.
And
movie.
Alan, the reason I called the reason I called in is, you know, how I liked how you differentiated between, you know, gun owners and versus people who make it their whole identity, their whole life. I recently heard them derided as ammosexuals.
Yes. I've called them many times, yes. Well, yeah, I don't.
You're
I mean,
familiar.
I imagine that those people would have those firearms insured, maybe, so they don't have to worry about it too much. But Randy, what about Double Indemnity? Great black and white movie, mid-40s.
I love Double Indemnity. I still haven't read the James and Cain source material yet. I'm remiss on that. That's one of my favorites. I actually stumbled upon some original publicity stills from that at a store in Kent. So yeah, I love. I'm a big film noir fan. So,
I guess so.
yeah,
He's
yeah,
a
she should check
homeboy
that
talking
out.
about
Yeah.
source material over here. Wow, well done, Randy. Okay, well,
Thanks,
thank
Alan.
you. Thank you. There's
It's
Randy. He's out there in Kent, giving Mary some suggestions. I'm no longer giving Mary suggestions.
Yes, I would think that's the right way to go. We do not like the same things when it comes to cinema.
Well, I was only recommending horror movies, and primarily for you to pass along to your boyfriend. It just so happens that you guys end up watching them together, or you, in some kind of Stockholm syndrome situation, is you're forced to watch these movies when he falls asleep to them.
Well, and that's the conversation he and I have had where it's like, he's like, you just watch the same things over and over again. Because I'm like, no, if I'm going to watch something new, I'm not like Brian or you, Alan, or even you, Bill, where you'll watch 20 minutes of a new movie and then just shut it off. Like, I'm not going to watch something new unless I can watch it in its entirety.
You know a wild movie you guys should watch?
What?
It's got...
I'm not going to give you any more suggestions.
But
Moments later.
15 minutes later.
A few minutes later.
It's got actors you know.
Okay.
A lot of these horror movies have people you've never seen before, right? So you have to rely solely on the story. It's called Resurrection.
That sounds familiar.
It's from last year. It's Rebecca Hall. It's Tim Roth. It's slow,
familiar.
but it's bananas if you want to watch that. I think Rebecca Hall is super foxy, so I'd watch her read the phone book. But
Did you watch the whole movie?
the whole movie.
Hellhole? Holy Hell?
Well, there's a movie called,
The Polish one.
yes,
You watched it?
Yes,
The one that you said that I watched and I was mad at you. But you were
Hellhole.
like, yeah, did you watch it?
yes.
Isn't it bad?
Isn't it bad?
Yeah.
It's not my favorite movie, but I didn't think it was as bad as you thought. I think you amplify how bad these movies are. because you are mad that you were watching them in the first place?
No, I have never held a grudge, first of all.
Not hold a grudge. I think that you, because of the dynamic with you guys watching movies where you get halfway through and then he falls asleep and then you finish it, I think you're doing that to make a point to your boyfriend. But I think that also you don't want to finish those movies.
No.
And you frankly don't have to.
Well, and this is what I've said is that I don't like starting something and not finishing it. I'm going to see it through to the end, which is why if I'm not in the mood to sit down and watch a 2-hour movie, I will just throw on The Office or an old movie I've seen. Or
Fully
not.
understand.
Right, but Brian doesn't, where he would rather, and I feel like you and Bill do this too, where you'll start a brand new movie that you've never seen, watch 15 minutes of it, and then go to sleep. And then watch another 20 minutes of it the next day, and then finish it on the third day.
I don't mind watching, like,
I feel
parting
like
out
it
a
takes
movie.
you out of it. You don't get the full experience by doing
What
that.
experience? I'm just trying
movie
to
experience.
I'm just trying to fill up the time, man. Like, I have short-term memory, so I remember where it was. I remember Hellhole is. Listen, any priest devil horror movie is silly.
Yes.
Fun, because religion is fundamentally silly. So you're not going to make a movie more absurd than what actually is happening, right? So they put in some effects and things. Exorcist, that's in a whole other category because it's from the 70s and whatever. Hellhole's not the greatest movie I've ever seen, but it's fun enough. I think horror movies should be fun, too. But watch Resurrection. It's not a horror movie per se.
It's a Jesus movie.
What is?
Resurrection?
No. Nope. Not a Jesus movie. Nope.
How many other things have been resurrected other than Christ our Lord and Savior?
Well, I mean, a guy that she thought was dead comes back into her life. Someone who, when she was younger, there's a whole backstory to it. Midway through the movie, the woman gives this monologue to an incredulous coworker that kind of fills out the whole movie, and you're just sitting there going, what? Because of stuff she talks about. So there's some suspension of disbelief, but I mean, you got to have that going in. There's suspension of disbelief in It's a Wonderful Life.
Like what?
If I can do it, you can do it.
Angels?
Money solves every problem, and bells and angels, and come on, man. So, I mean, you like what you like. But I'm not at all. If you had come to me and said, oh my God, Hellhole was amazing, I would have been incredulous. There's no way that you were going to come back and say that. But I just thought that
I like
your
that
boyfriend.
From Black, decently.
From Black's great, but that's in English.
Watch a rom-com.
Hellhole's
Make
in
Brian
Polish.
watch something that you want to watch for
He's
once.
going to fall asleep no matter what.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Then watch something you wanna watch.
So watch something you want to watch.
We did last night. We watched The Office.
Comedy Central
But, like,
does nothing
watch
but
a
office
movie, though.
marathons
Yeah.
every night.
That's what we did.
Yeah.
We went and got Taco Bell that he made me eat in the parking lot because we live 4 minutes from this Taco Bell, and he was like, 4 minutes is too long.
Did you get sour cream?
I did not.
Well, because I've seen some of our listeners starting that. Bill mentioned it, and some of our listeners have started the sometimes it's worth the diarrhea hashtag.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sour cream is absolutely worth the diarrhea sometimes.
Well, there you
Once
go.
or twice a year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, someone tagged me today, and it was fettuccine Alfredo.
Oh, fettuccine Alfredo's so good.
Ugh.
I know, too much flavor for you.
Flavor.
Quarter
It's all
bagel.
cream and milk, and come on, that flavor.
Flavor, seasoning.
White. What flavor is it? White.
Mm-hmm.
Flavor. Oof.
You know,
Hoofa.
oregano and salt.
Yeah, that they then completely cover up and douse in cream. And
Yeah, that brings out the flavor of the cream.
The cream accentuates the
yes,
oregano.
the cream flavor that everybody's. Yeah.
The texture is part of the flavor.
Yeah.
Ooh, I like that.
The texture is part of the flavor?
Because I think there's a lot of people. The
No,
mouthfeel.
I disagree with that
Texture's got nothing to do with flavor.
because I cannot stand the texture of peaches, plums, mangoes, like that texture. I do not like at all,
Okay.
but I like those flavors a lot.
All right, can the texture add to the flavor? Because if it can take away, it can add.
Probably.
Yeah.
All right, I've got to take a break here. If you want to send a text for something, 35192. Going to be talking to Bill Maher around 4 o'clock. He is back in Cleveland to do a stand-up show at MGM Northfield Park on Saturday night. So we'll chat with him briefly, and we'll be back after this.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
to talk to Bill Maher here in a few minutes. I always like catching up with him. He is doing a show on Saturday night at MGM Northfield Park. Gave away some tickets past couple of weeks. Guardians are off tonight. They ended up taking 2 of 3 this past weekend here at home against the Angels, and they will start up again tomorrow night in Chicago. Guarantee Rate Field, 8:10 is the first pitch. That is Central Time there, so 8:10 here.
What was that?
All of our boom arms are...
Poof?
No, when you move them now, they're not whisper quiet like they. I mean, we've only been here less than a year, Mary.
Mm-hmm.
We got to get here. Let me do mine.
Ugh.
Got to get some oil can. Got to get some WD-40 in here or something. Yeah. So, Guardians White Sox tomorrow night, 8:10 here on MMS. It'll be Tuesday. It'll be only Tuesday. Today's Monday, and it already feels like it's going to be a long week. Yes. I don't know why.
But
I don't know why. What?
But we got a short week, though.
Well, yeah, I'm out Friday, but I mean, it's that. Nevertheless, it just feels like, and I don't know why. Today's the first. Mary's back.
I'm back. That's why it feels like it's going to be long, huh?
Well, you've been
You really make each segment seem so much longer.
No, but you've been traveling, so you probably feel like it's. When did you get back?
Yesterday, late afternoon.
Okay,
I drove home from Jersey. So I was in.
Oh, you drove?
Yeah, well, because I had a string of shows leading up to my week in New York City. So I was in Pittsburgh and then Buffalo and then New York City for a week and then in Jersey. New York City was amazing.
What? I haven't heard much about it. You should get the word out on New York City.
I'm going to start telling people.
Yeah.
I'm thinking I might make shirts that say, I enjoy NY. You think that'll catch on?
I'll even do you one better.
What?
You should start spreading that news.
Where?
Everywhere. Everywhere you possibly can.
But yeah, it was great. I got to perform at the Comedy Cellar.
Yeah.
Which is insane.
That's in a basement, right?
Well, they have 4 rooms. So
Yeah.
the original one is in the basement. Only paid regulars can perform in that one. And then they have 3 other rooms that are all like in the same building.
I thought you had done the cellar before.
I have never done the Cellar before. No, I have gone and watched shows there, but I had never performed there. So I got to actually do a set it's called the Fat Black Pussycat is like one of their rooms. I know.
Right.
And I was in there and it went incredible. It was this week, my shows were amazing. I was really well received. I got to do some big time podcasts while I was out there. And so like Wednesday night, I'm on this high. I'm like, dude, I just performed at the Cellar. I knocked it out of the park. The manager came up to me and was like, you're so funny. Please hit me up next time you're in town. Like I am like riding a wave, right?
And this is which night?
Wednesday.
So midweek.
Thursday, I emailed the club, Bananas in Jersey, and I was like, hey, can I get my hotel confirmation? And they didn't get back to me Thursday. I was like, that's not a good sign. And then Friday, the day I'm supposed to be going, is like, hey, still don't have information. And they're like, oh, we accidentally double booked. So if you want to, you can host the weekend instead of feature.
Yeah.
So in a matter of 24 hours, I went from I'm the best comic in the world, I'm killing it, I'm at the Comedy Cellar in New York, to would you like to host for a puppet in a hotel conference room in Jersey?
Right across the river.
Yeah.
That's
Now,
how
that is a
quickly
funny
fortunes
puppet,
can
though.
change. Yeah, well.
Well, so it was just the bitter ends where I'm like, man, I did not come out here to host a show, do 10 minutes up front, and I did have a little chip on my shoulder.
Wait, why did it end up going that you were the one that had to get moved?
He was bringing his own feature.
Oh.
So they kept his feature and bumped me because I booked directly with the booker of the club.
Right.
But I was like, man, I was at the Cellar, I was living the life, and now I've got a host and it was in literally a hotel conference room, and I'm going into it with this horrible attitude. And
You know how to surf the waves. This has happened to you before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I just going from the high of a week in New York because I did the Stand in New York, I did New York Comedy Club. Like this is the first full week I've had of comedy club sets in New York, not where I'm just doing like a showcase in Brooklyn or anything like that.
Somebody's living room.
Yes. So these were like legitimate shows in front of the bookers, and I did well on every single one. It was a great week. But then I get to the comedy club that is legitimately a hotel conference room, and it was amazing. We had so much fun. The puppet is Randy Feltface, who is an incredible comic. Like, I'm watching it, and his fans are sold out almost every single show within 10 tickets. All 4 shows were sold out, and he's an Australian guy. And it's like really well written, super introspective, like smart comedy.
This is the purple puppet the guy's got, right?
Purple puppet. So when you see it and you're like, oh, great, I'm opening for a puppet. But I was like, whoa, dude, like this is legitimately good comedy. Like it was awesome. It's such an incredible weekend. And then
somebody's got to fill that Otto and George vacuum.
Well, that's a different. That's this guy doesn't do ventriloquism. He puppeteers the puppet from under a table.
Right. It is just the puppet
You
performing.
never see the guy?
No.
Does he sit under the table the whole show?
Yes.
So like when you walk in, he's just sitting under that table.
Well, I'll tell you what. So that's
commitment.
That's a twist. I mean,
Well,
you know,
And that's the thing
that's
is that
taking
you're like,
the art form in a different direction.
And the guy himself, he's like a really shy, like reserved dude off stage. We met and talked and everything. And then I was like, oh, this makes sense. This is just how you express yourself. And he's been a writer comedian for 18 years, and it definitely shows in the act. It is a fantastic performance that he puts on. And the puppet's Australian, so Aussie May got to come out in full effect. Every time we talked, I'm like, don't mock his accent. Don't mock his accent. But the way he said LaGuardia.
I do this bit on this show I'm on. Yeah.
Right. The one thing I held on to is that he does a bit about LaGuardia Airport.
LaGuardia. LaGuardia
Stop
Airport.
saying it all weekend. I would just be in my hotel room like LaGuardia Airport, the Delta Sky Lounge at LaGuardia Airport. But it was great. It was such a good week of shows. It was so fun.
Well, good.
Yes.
The ups, the downs.
Oh, showbiz.
Oh, showbiz. The triumphs, the tragedies, the all of it. All right, well.
Yeah.
That sounds like a guy who maybe would be doing theaters at some point.
He is. Yeah. So, like, he's
having a moment. He did a special last year that did really well on YouTube.
Like millions of views.
And he's having a moment. He was just in town a couple weeks ago at Hilarities.
Oh, was he really?
Yeah.
Well,
he just like a one night though.
The room that we were in seats about 200. It was like 205. So it would have been 820 tickets to sell it the whole weekend. And I think he sold like 804 or something like that. So, but I guess that's his numbers everywhere are crazy. And he's going home to Australia and doing Australia and New Zealand. And he's got sold out theaters.
So he's probably a rock star over there.
Yeah. He's got sold out theaters all
over
over that
What a beautiful
part of the
way
country.
to have it so that you are always anonymous.
Yes.
Until you put that puppet up, and then it's like, hey.
Well, like he can live his life.
Yeah.
Like he can just be a guy and walk around and do his thing. And then the puppet is the star.
Right.
But it's still his writing. It's his voice. It's his,
it's
ideas.
wonderful. I love it.
Yeah. I was like, it's like that. Who's the Marshmallow who wears the hat, or is that Dead Mouse?
Deadmau 5?
Yeah.
They all wear helmets.
So you can't tell who they are.
That's the beauty of life.
Yeah.
That should be what everyone aspires to in showbiz, is the puppet is the star, right? Just walk around with a helmet, don't know who they are. Worked for Daft Punk, worked for Marshmallow, worked for Deadmau 5.
I could see it happening for our friend Zachariah at some point.
Sure.
Sticky T making it to that level.
Yeah. Just put a helmet on, and I want to talk to Bill Maher about that. Listen, every time I get to talk to Bill Maher, we don't usually talk about helmets on comics or musicians, but it was invariably going to happen, Bill.
Hi.
Hi.
Yes, I was listening to the end of that, and I can't say I'm on board with the helmet theory.
You don't think so? Like in an alternate universe, if a young Bill Maher had come out and his stand-up twist was that he performed under remember the Unknown comic?
Yes, I do very much, with the bag on his head.
Right. You could have shifted that to a helmet, and people would have stroked their chins and said, oh, this guy's got an interesting take on the Unknown comic.
I feel like this obviates the entire point of getting into show business, which is to be recognized,
yes,
to be adored, to walk into a restaurant and have them say, oh, look who's here. We have a table for you. To sit courtside at a basketball game and have the camera on you. People in show business are egomaniacs, for God's sakes. This is why they're doing this.
But it's also, when you'll talk to, I've talked to a lot of musicians over the course of my career and various people, and there are some musicians who will tell you, I got into it for the art. And of course,
They're lying.
you roll your eyes, but I'll tell you what, that's why the guys who do it in helmets, you go, well, listen, they're kind of walking the walk, man. Daft Punk, nobody knew who those guys were outside family and friends until a couple of years ago. So,
right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, because what happens is that, especially in music, it can become so outrageous, the fame, that it's actually a detriment. I mean, obviously, it's a double-edged sword. I mean, there are good parts of fame and there are bad parts. I always thought I had a great level of it because I'm not Michael Jackson in 1985. It's not like the paparazzi are parked outside my house.
Right.
I can walk outside or walk anywhere, and there's not a riot that forms, and never has been and never will be. And yet, there's enough so that, I can get that good table in the restaurant and that kind of stuff. And, if I go to the doctor, I always love it when he says, I'm a big fan. It's like, oh, good, because, when a guy's got your balls in his hand, you don't want someone who's a little iffy on your politics.
Yeah, right. He's squeezing a little too hard.
The other night when you said this, I didn't really...
I didn't care for that at all.
Right.
Speaking of which, Bill, again, if you pardon the pun, I hate to beat a dead horse because I did mention this before, but how are you celebrating National Masturbation Month?
National Masturbation Month is not a month around my house. It's an all-year-round celebration.
Oh, I love it, yeah.
I didn't even know there was such a thing as National Masturbation Month, but, I would say that it's funny when I read about a lot of the stuff that goes on sexually with Gen Z, I guess, younger millennials, and they seem to have a lot more trouble relating, possibly because they grew up with the phone, and so everything happens on screen. So, just going up to a girl is considered somewhat, suspicious now, as opposed to my era where that's what you had to do. And then I read about incels, about incels, meaning involuntarily celibate, which is so interesting that they came up with that term. I remember when I was an incel, we didn't have a term for it. It was just, I can't get laid.
We were all involuntarily celibate.
Exactly. And the last thing I wanted to do was join up with a bunch of other losers who couldn't get laid and start having websites and chat rooms and other kind of nonsense to make it. I was trying to keep it quiet. But this idea that guys are so hooked on porn now, a lot of younger guys, that they don't even try. And I feel like this is a giant difference in my generation with theirs. Like masturbation, I was always so thankful to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I'm joking, of course. That masturbation was something that lived here on this earth, and I could enjoy it. But I never for a second thought it was superior to the real thing. I never for a second thought, I can just live on masturbation. It was a holdover until I could get the real thing, and the real thing was and still is always better. It's just it's great that masturbation exists because you can't always.
Yeah, you can't spend your life pre-gaming the whole time,
Right.
Sooner or later.
That's right.
You've got to get in there and play, and there's a whole lot of different things to contend with than there used to be. Bill Maher is going to be doing the MGM Northfield Park this Saturday night. It is amazing to me, and congratulations, that it's been 20 years on Real Time this past February. Not you weren't even in the wilderness for a year back then. But it's amazing to me that it's been on HBO for 20 years now.
Yeah, that is quite a run. Yeah, and Politically Incorrect was almost 10 years before that. So it's amazing I'm only 42 now, considering that history.
Bravo. I'll tell you what, he has made the most. You can always make more money. You can never make more time, Bill. So you've really, good for you.
Believe me, I know that.
Do you remember because you had a bunch of them in the early days of Real Time, you really stacked, now you have a panel and a guest and whatever. But that first couple of years, you had a lot of guests in each episode. Do you remember one of your first episode guests?
I remember that the very first season, this is typical of shows that they are finding their footing in that first season and very often do something that when you look back, makes absolutely no sense. It's not uncommon in Hollywood, for example, to shoot the pilot of a sitcom. I shot one. I did a pilot in the 80s called Sarah, which wound up starring Gina Davis. But we shot the pilot with somebody else in the titular role of Sarah, and then they looked at it and they went, "Oh, that's not Sarah." It is the title. We shot the whole thing over again with a new Sarah.
They just couldn't get Judy Landers to work for what they wanted her to work for. Yeah,
not quite. My version of that was the first year, at least I don't know if it was the whole year, but it was certainly the first season of Real Time. Instead of doing the end of the show as I have done for the other 19 years, where I do a long monologue at the end, which I spend all week working on, and it's what the audience wants, and it's like the highlight of the show because it's the end. Stupidly, I thought I was Ed Sullivan or something, and I brought on like, "Hey, I'm going to show you bring a new comic,"
right?
Or somebody who's coming up through the ranks. And I remember Sarah Silverman. This is 20 years ago. Was just sort of emerging as a comedic star at the time, and Craig Robinson did one. I can't remember all the people, but that's how I ended the show. And it was dumb. That's not what the audience was looking for, and it's not what I should have been doing. But, you learn.
Well, we were talking a little bit earlier in this show about Lil Wayne cutting his L.A. show short there a couple nights ago because middle of his show, he brings out a couple of, young guns from his record label, and the audience is like, "The hell is this?" And I guess he wasn't pleased at how little reaction they were getting. So it really is about kind of balancing that lineup and.
Well, it's also about, especially when people are paying good, hard money to go see you, and they get a babysitter, and they come out, and it's a whole big night, and they've been looking forward to it. You better do exactly what they want you to do. They are the boss, Play the hits. Don't screw around. Don't experiment. Don't bring out young guns from your label who they don't know and they don't want to see. They want to see you do what you do, and if you're a musician, if they're a certain age, they want to hear the thing that they heard the first time they got laid that has so much meaning in their life. That's what they want.
Yeah.
So when they come out of the house to see you, give them what they want.
They want Lil Wayne to play night moves.
Well, like I would know what Lil Wayne is playing, but I always like Lil Wayne. There's a guy who, whenever he's interviewed, boy, he keeps it real.
Yeah, always. Are you preempted, by the way, because of the writer's strike?
Yeah, we were supposed to do a show this last Friday and the Friday before, so we've missed 2 weeks already. God knows when it'll end. We hope at some point we can go back and do a version of the show without writers. I'm not going to cross them on that, but my staff is not getting paid. No one's getting paid. No one's working. I feel terrible for not only those people, but all the other people who, it's a snowball effect. What about the restaurant near the studio? No one's at the studio now, so no one's eating there. And then there's the guy who sells the potatoes to the restaurant. He's going to suffer. And, last time this strike cost the city over $2 billion,
yeah.
And we just got over the pandemic.
Lasted for 4 months last time around, I think.
Oh, my God. And they say it's going to happen again.
Well, listen, it's only a matter of time until AI can replicate sexy indifference, and then we're both out of work, Bill. So,
well, that's one of the big. That's funny, but that's one of the big issues in the strike is that the writers are demanding that the studios do not use AI.
Yeah,
and of course. But it's so ironic because who's going to wind up using AI behind closed doors? The writers.
The writers.
Because if you're starting to do a show about a talking aardvark in Alaska, who's a staunch Republican, you can just type that into AI and say, you know what, give me 10 ideas for storylines, and it'll do it in 2 seconds. And then of course you can tweak that, but. Of course, writers are going to be leaning on AI in the future. There's just no doubt about that. But they want to be. They don't want AI to take away the pay check.
Right. Listen, man, if you are subtly pushing with that Aardvark in Alaska thing for a Bill Maher Gina Davis reunion.
Aardvark 15.
I am all for it.
I'd do it, but I don't know if Gina's up for it.
All right. Well, she's an Olympic archer now. She's probably got different things.
Yeah, she is, and an Oscar winner.
Yeah, indeed. Bill Maher is at MGM Northfield Park this Saturday night. If there are any tickets remaining, you can go to Ticketmaster.com for all the details. And I appreciate your time, Bill. I always like talking to you. Thank you, pal.
Me too, Alan. I appreciate it. Nice to hear your voice again.
Take care, pal.
Soon.
All right. There's Bill Maher. Club Random, by the way, is the podcast. I didn't get to it, but very funny. I think David Spade, he's sitting there with this week.
Just a couple comedic juggernauts down there in Northfield this weekend. I'll be there at Spinato's. And
Bill Squire, right across the street from Bill Maher.
I don't know if Bill Maher's also at Spinato's.
He's at MGM at Northfield Park.
Is there a Spinato's in there?
I don't think so. No, I think he's over by the casinos and you're over at Spinato's. He's over Spinato.
Yeah.
That's where you'll find Bill Squire.
Let's call the whole thing off.
Uh-huh. I've got to take a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192. If you're an Aerosmith fan, I got tickets for you for that farewell tour when they come to Cleveland. All week we'll do those. The show over at the Romo Fijo is September the 21st. They say it's their last go-around, so if you dig Aerosmith, you don't want to miss it. So we'll do that coming back. 35192 to text for anything else, and we'll be back.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
Welcome to the jungle.
Listen to the Fighty Pucks on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
All right, Aerosmith have announced their Peace Out farewell tour. They're coming to Cleveland. Special guest, the Black Crowes. Be a good show. Thursday, September 21 at the Romo Fijo. Go to rocketmortgagefieldhouse.com. Kind of clunky. Aerosmith and Black Crowes. Will it be the last time we ever see them? Who knows? According to them. Thursday, the 21st of September, caller 10. These are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
His first marriage didn't work out. He caught her texting another show.
Sounds like he deserved it.
It's Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Yo quiero pedir que mi negra me quiero, que tenga dinero y que no se muero. Ay, yo te quiero pedir, era muy gorda, como tú, que tenga dinero y que no se muero.
You want to send a text? You can, 35192. AlanCoxShow.com. Thank you to Octo Pacto, who's helping out back there today in the video department. Alan, I've got a question for Mary. You ready for this? I'm ready. If Lazarus was resurrected...
Oh, start over.
Take two. If Lazarus was resurrected by Jesus, is he still alive today? And where is he?
Now, I'm going to go ahead and say option C. He is.
Listen, it's the most knowledgeable person who understands. They don't know anything.
He is reincarnated.
As
the
a
Eiffel
cream
Tower.
sauce.
Oh.
As fettuccine Alfredo. As who?
The Eiffel Tower.
Reincarnated as the Eiffel Tower.
Yes.
Oh, boy.
Are you unfamiliar with the story of Lazarus?
I'm unfamiliar with the story of being reincarnated as an inanimate object.
Yeah, well, you don't understand religion, so Jesus brought him back to be acclaimed in what is now...
As French architecture.
Yes, what is now present-day Paris. Used to be where the Tower of Babylon was. Just don't look into the geography of it. And
You mean the Tower of Babel?
Yeah, I was going to say.
No, Babylon.
The Tower of Babylon, okay. So,
and,
right?
After Lazarus roamed the desert for 40 days and 40 nights.
Because listen again, I don't think Babylon
he
was
did.
in Western Europe.
He roamed the desert for 40 days and 40 nights with
French desert.
His disciples.
Yeah.
Ended up in Babylon after parting the sea.
Yeah.
And was murdered by locusts.
Murdered by locusts.
Jesus brought him back as the Eiffel Tower, which is now present-day Paris.
Wow. All right.
Look it up.
Maybe you should watch...
The information's all out there, Alan. Do your research.
Maybe you should watch the movie The Lazarus Project with Olivia Wilde.
Well, it's probably not historically accurate.
It's also terrible, so don't watch that movie. I think that's what it... Wasn't that... What was the one with Olivia Wilde? I know Jay Farrow just did one, but... Oh, The Lazarus Effect, I'm sorry, is the one with Olivia Wilde, where reincarnation does not go well,
But to answer your question, that's what happens. Lazarus is...
Did you get all that, sir or madam? Whoever texted? Yeah. All right, well, there you go. I didn't get to talk to Bill Maher about it because we were out of time, but he just had Elon Musk on the show a couple of weeks ago, and I'm not a big Elon Musk fan, but Bill likes him a whole lot. But I'm sorry?
Which Bill?
Bill Maher.
Okay.
But Elon Musk has hired a new CEO at Twitter, which he said he was going to do. He goes, I'm going to run this place.
Oh, I forgot to check my email. Did I get that job?
You did not get the job.
I applied.
Nope. It is a woman they refer to as the Velvet Hammer, which is great for National Masturbation Month.
Yeah.
A woman named Linda Yaccarino, who used to be the CEO of NBC Universal, which is an actual company with people working there as opposed to Twitter. But, of course, her first tweet was about how inspired she's been by his vision and blah, blah, blah. So who knows what will happen there, but, he said he wants to focus on the tech of it, and he wants her to focus on the biz dev of it. And so we'll see what happens. I mean, Twitter has... I don't see how you bring Twitter back.
Because it already wasn't doing well.
It already wasn't one of the top. I mean, listen, 90% of the revenue is ad sales. And after he took over, all the articles are about how their ad revenue plunged by like 89%. So I'm sure some of that has come back. I'm sure this is to quell the markets and put a woman, for one thing, and somebody who, by a lot of accounts, knows what she's doing. But I don't know how you bring Twitter back. I mean, any company that suddenly loses 80% of their revenue doesn't usually make it back. Yes?
We're talking about resurrecting Twitter. Have I told you the story of Lazarus?
Ooh, rename
where
Twitter
the
to
Eiffel
Lazarus.
Tower in Babylon was,
Yes.
you have told me that.
Listen.
Tower of Babylon,
The
not
Tower
Babylon.
of Babylon.
Now tell me again and see if you can repeat it from memory.
No. My point is, we do the same thing with Twitter.
Well, Linda
Right?
Yaccarino is going to try to do just that. She's going to try to put everybody's minds at ease that Elon Musk is, I don't know what she's going to tell people about Elon Musk. Don't know. But she gets pretty good reviews from her peers in the business world. She has a lot of expertise in handling advertisers, which is what Twitter needs. People ain't buying the blue check mark for $11 a month or whatever. Some people see that blue check mark as a new version of a MAGA hat, which I think is a little extreme, but whatever. I got a thing the other day, not to bore you with Twitter stuff, but after the blue check marks all went away, and we all had them, after the blue check marks went away, then about 2 weeks later, mine came back. And then last week, it went away. And then yesterday, I got a message that says, your blue check mark is in process. So I don't know
Where'd
what
you
the
get
hell's...
that
at? It was in my messages. Your blue check mark... Now, I don't have one. And I frankly don't care. But I'm getting all... I don't understand what's happening over there. Anyway, maybe she will figure all that out. But they call her the Velvet Hammer over at NBC Universal because her hard-nosed tactics come wrapped in a friendly package. And that's what you want. You want somebody who can kick ass, but somebody that, like, everybody doesn't hate in the business because they know how to do it. They've got a nice way of doing it. And she got results. She got $100 billion in ad sales over at NBC Universal. So, who knows what'll happen for people. Again, Twitter globally is not even one of the top 10 most used social platforms, but it's mostly the domain of media types and people who write about media types. So that's why Twitter's kind of its own bubble. But Elon Musk, who says with a straight face that he's a free speech defender, he's got a new gal in there. So we'll see what happens. But they've laid off over 75% of their workforce. So I don't know how you come back from that. Because I'm sure they threw a bag of money at this woman. So if that ad read, once you burn through whatever cash you have, then you'll start defaulting on your bills. You won't pay your rent. You won't pay your, everybody read those stories about how the lights were barely on over there. So they've let a lot of very talented people leave, just walk out the door. And so I would imagine for a platform like that, it opens you up to all kinds of security problems. You have just things that aren't being monitored or maintained. I don't know how you come back from that. But he's the genius. Everybody thinks he's got a big plan. He has proven over and over again that he doesn't really. But maybe he's turning over a new leaf. I don't know. But you got a skeleton crew that's like trying to keep the place afloat. I don't know how you bring that back. I mean, think about the data that's being leaked because they just don't have enough people. I mean, we're not going to hear about it now. Wait until 2 years from now, where we're reading all the stories about the catastrophic loss of data because of Elon Musk taking over Twitter and just not caring about how it was run and just firing people left and right. Wait until about 18 months when we're gonna start getting stories sent to us about massive data breaches and things like that aren't just confined to that company, I mean. Now, if you're not on Twitter, you couldn't give a fat frog's ass about any of this stuff. I'm barely on anymore. When was the last time you tweeted? You tweeting a lot?
I just tweet stuff, links for my podcast and like shows coming up. I don't send
I tweet show stuff.
I don't really send out any tweets like this is a thought or like a joke or anything because I don't even think about it anymore.
I mean, I was doing that, but I'm not feeling it anymore. I mean, I don't know.
Done that for a while though,
Yeah.
because Twitter there's not a lot of interaction there unless you just want to argue with people. People don't want to have fun on Twitter. They just want to argue.
Well, yeah, I don't want to argue with people. Argue. Oh, yeah, there it is. It's in my feed. Yeah, it's your account will be verified with a blue check mark soon.
There you go.
I don't know what that means. So anyway, hey, I wanted to somebody else that you might not be aware of. However, I will say that his contributions to pop culture were so much that I knew the name, but I didn't know what he did. A guy named Doyle Brunson has died. You know who Doyle Brunson is?
No.
He's the godfather of poker. He's in the Poker Hall of Fame. What?
That's how you got to say that name.
Doyle?
Doyle?
Well, he looks like an old cattle man. You know, he's got the hat on and the whole thing. He was 89 years old. You know, I had a poker phase 5 or 6 years ago, and I was watching World Series of Poker all the time. Everybody was into
poker phase, my poker phase.
Yes, my Mary Santora back from New York, where she murdered. That was the kind of stuff that people were treated to at
June 1st, Foundry Social.
Hey, June 1st, right? Get your tickets now. TheFoundrySocial.com or call them 330-333-9000.
Listen to you. Knowing all the information.
Do their ads.
I know you do. I know.
Anyway, Doyle Brunson, one of the most influential poker players of all time, a 2-time world champion. He was also known as Texas Dolly. That's weird. But he won 10 World Series of Poker tournaments. I only mention this because I've known the name Doyle Brunson. I just didn't know what he did. That's how he permeated pop culture. I thought Doyle Brunson, used to tour with Fleetwood Mac or something in between the Lindsey Buckingham years. But he's the godfather of poker. And a lot of people know him. Greatest poker player who ever lived. And, of course, people were tweeting that he cashed in his chips.
Oh, he went all in.
He went all in on death.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
What are we gonna
What are we gonna do with his ashes? Royal flush is what he asked us to do. Yes.
And he took his last breath on the river.
The river. That's right. We knew something was wrong when he flopped over in his favorite chair and died.
Was that yours, Bill?
I was going to go for a coffin flop joke, but that's fine.
Okay.
Well, go ahead.
Well, it's the flop. It's all that matters.
Coffin flop?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
His death really took a turn.
Yeah, there it is.
Or I guess his health took a turn.
His
Led
health
to
took
his
a turn.
Death on the river.
There you go.
I know poker.
Yeah, he went out there like a Viking funeral. They just like Moses in the reeds. They put him on the river, and Texas Dolly, R.I.P. I don't know how he died.
Deuces.
Good one, Bill.
You got it in there.
Deuces.
Deuces. Yep.
That's great.
So, yeah, Doyle Brunson. And then I'm reading all these articles about how AM radio is being killed, too. Which is,
they're taking it out of cars.
It's being taken out of cars. Well, you thought
Or
old people
not
were
taken out of, but not putting it in anymore.
You thought old people were angry about pronouns. Oh, you wait until you get into a new car and there's no AM radio. Well, that's why. Listen, TAM down the hall, they're smart. 3-4 years ago, they're like, hey, we're on FM now. So it's AM and FM. They knew what was coming. But it's an end of an era. I posted a dumb little thing over the weekend because I remember.
That was dumb.
I remember listening to, when I was a kid, it was just AM radio. FM was kind of coming on, but, you know.
Dude, how old are you?
I'll be 52 in June. I'm very old.
When you say things like, I only exist, like AM radio was the only thing around when I was a kid, it makes me feel like you're so
FM,
old.
yeah, FM, I'm old. FM was in its infancy. I mean, it was on AM, and then they had AM stereo. You know, they were trying to keep up, but I mean, FM came and just, you know. So AM radio, obviously, you had much.
Okay, wait a minute, though.
Yeah.
This radio history documents, fcc.gov, says that FM radio came out in 46.
No. It was developed, but it wasn't in cars and stereos and things until much, much later. It didn't
mainstream
take off.
in the early 60s.
No, FM radio was not mainstream.
This is what I'm looking at fcc.gov. This is what their website says.
I'm telling you, FM radio into the early 70s, top 40 stations were all on AM. They had massive, massive shares of the audience.
Introduced to cars in 1963.
Yeah.
So I guess, yeah.
But
What year were you born?
71.
1914?
But you also have to remember that there was nothing on FM radio. So was the technology there? Yes. Was there any programming? No. Because at the time, people were like, FM's a fad. It's always going to be AM radio. FM was the ugly, it's a fad. So you had like tiny stations on FM that were doing whatever they wanted because they're like, well, just dick around because 4 people are listening. When I was a kid and I was in my dad would take us to school in the morning in my dad's LTD, and we would listen to WLS in Chicago, which was, it was news by them, but I mean, it had been like a top 40. They'd still played a little bit of music. And the DJs that I heard, I was like, I'm not one of those people that like wanted to get into radio from my childhood. It wasn't even a blip on my radar. But the people that I heard growing up were amazing. Yeah. They were all on AM radio.
I guess it's like the cell phone came out in the 80s.
Radio.
But my dad didn't get one until like 1995.
That's right.
That's what you're saying about FM radio.
Well, yeah,
it was around, but not everybody had the cars that had
There's
it.
a difference between the technology existing and there being things on it. Yeah.
Radio and like radio shows were always nostalgia for me because it was like some of my earliest memories. Like I would wake up in the morning.
Always nostalgia.
Well, yes. It's
just hard to do.
Okay, well, in this particular instance, it was nostalgic just because my earliest memories were like waking up and hearing, how, it's the Tom Joyner morning show. My mom had a loud...
On AM?
No, it wasn't on AM, it was FM, but it was like a loud-ass alarm clock, and it would go through the house, so it would wake me up. That was my alarm clock in my mom's bedroom, so it was hella loud.
But it wasn't on AM radio.
I know, I'm just saying.
I'm talking about AM radio.
Okay.
It's just relating. Radio in general.
Just radio.
All right.
It's all the same to him.
Anywho, it's new cars are not going to have it anymore. So the smart stations like WTAM, they have an FM signal. But solely AM stations, man, I mean, that's where, there are major market radio stations that still run like the Farm Report because the signal gets out so far, it gets out to the sticks. And so it's a wild time, a long time coming. But, as far as there was a time where radio stations were expected to serve the community, this program notwithstanding. But it was weird. It's weird to think of that because people who are of a certain age, like yours truly, remember that. Remember when everything was on AM. Shut that up. I gotta take a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192 to do that, AlanCoxShow.com to watch, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rising from the ashes of the 90s. Buzzard Fest. August 4th at Victory Park.
Buzzard Fest.
Featuring
Incubus. Bush. Live. Filter.
Tickets on sale now. And your chance to win your way in at WMMS.
Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Thanks for turning me on and allowing me to spend this time with you. I hope I can turn you on.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
I got the hiccups, man. I don't care for that. Maybe I got that. Maybe I got that Bo Jackson thing. He's had hiccups.
The horse?
That's BoJack Horseman.
Oh.
The horse. I didn't even know what you were talking about, but Bill saved it for me.
I speak Mary and Poundcake.
Yeah, well done. No, Bo Jackson. He's had the hiccups for the last year, and he's got to get surgery on his throat. So, sorry, Bill.
Yeah.
On his throat. He's got to get surgery. The Guardians off tonight. They took 2 of 3 over the weekend, though, against the L.A. Angels. The L.A. Angels of Anaheim. So 8:10 tomorrow night. They're in Chicago. Going to play the Sox. 8:10 first pitch. 7:40 is when the pregame will begin here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. And let me know where you listen to us. If you do that, you're not required to let me know or to tell me furthermore when you relocate. But I'm always happy when people do because it takes a little bit of extra effort. So when people go, hey, I used to listen in Schenectady, now I listen in Illinois, or now I listen in Colorado, or whatever. People's lives are always changing, right? I got a message from a kid the other day. He goes, oh, I used to listen to you when I was in the 8th grade. He's like married now. He's got kids of his own. I said, thank you.
Bureau Chief Eric came out to the show in Jersey this weekend.
Hey!
He's wearing an MMS shirt that I had that same Buzzard shirt on earlier in the day. And had I not decided to change, he would have been front row in the same shirt as me.
That would be very funny.
I know.
Like a couple at Cedar Point.
Right. Yeah, he came out. So shout out to Eric for coming out. Very cool.
Ken listens in Charlotte. Renee is in Tavares, Florida. Jay is in Youngstown. Steve is in Tooele, Utah. And Tim is a new listener in Grand Rapids. So thank you all for doing that. There's a guy in Texas. You know, we have a lot of bureau chiefs done in Texas. There's a guy in Texas who is in trouble because he shot and killed his girlfriend for having an abortion.
Mm-hmm. Pro-life. Pro-life.
Some people, especially in Texas, are so pro-life, they just might have to kill you. Harold Thompson is the guy who wanted to punish his girlfriend for getting an abortion. So he killed her. The only surprise, really, is that they're charging him with a crime there in Texas. Boy, you think they're going to zig and they zag. You know, when you drive into Texas, you'll see a sign that says, drive friendly. It's the Texas way. And the driving might be as friendly as they get. Again, I love Texas. I really do. We have a lot of listeners down there. I visited many times. I like Texas. All this stuff, though, it's bananas what the people in charge down there are trying to do. So anyway, but boy, what a weird situation because this guy was walking with his girlfriend. Harold Thompson is walking with, what's her name? Something Gonzalez is the girlfriend. She was 26, and he was, Gabriela Gonzalez. They found her dead. When the cops got there, she had multiple gunshot wounds. But they found surveillance footage of wherever they are, and they're walking together, and he puts her in a chokehold. And then she fought him off, but then they kept walking. Like she didn't run away from him.
Maybe he was just joking.
Choking?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
The old
misread that.
joke choke.
He put her in a joke hold.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I did. I was misinformed. But boy, you think that somebody run away. But what that tells you is that she knows who this guy is. Like, my boyfriend is a guy who chokes me occasionally and not in a sexual way. There's a lot of girls in those kind of situations. That's just him. Well, this time he shot her and killed her. They continued walking in whatever parking lot they were in, and he pulled out a gun and shot her once in the head, like on camera. He didn't know that the camera was there, obviously. But she falls to the ground, and he shot her a bunch of more times while she was on the ground, and he ran. But they got him. And that happened in Texas. I mean, and you've heard all kinds of strange things out of the state of Texas, whether it's like right-wing podcasters or people in the government of Texas. They're like, hey, we're so pro-life that if you have an abortion, you should be hanged or you should be executed or something along those lines. You should be placed in front of a firing squad. But this guy, listen, man. The number one cause of death for pregnant women in this country, by the way, is
men.
Domestic violence. That's right. Guys who don't want to have a kid, they go, how am I going to get out of this? Yeah, number one cause of death for women who are pregnant is men. I mean, yeah, Mary's right. Men. And this is in the morning. Like most, people aren't even at work yet. This guy and his girl are walking along. He's 22. She's 26. She had already had the abortion. Now, where she did it, I don't know, because that's increasingly difficult to do there in Texas. But she'd already had it done. And the cops are like, well, I guess this guy was the dad and he didn't want her to do it. But the fact that she didn't want to keep this guy's kid, again, I mean, the chokehold and if you're walking with someone and they start choking you and you push them off and go, would you stop that? Let's just keep walking where we're going.
Hey, knock it off.
They knock it off. Would you stop trying to strangle me? You so crazy. Stop trying to strangle me. Because your dude is strapped too. Like, he's got something in the car. You're just hoping it doesn't come for you. But
he's got those stickers. He was all excited to add.
Come and take it.
Yeah, come and take it sticker.
Not the baby, the guns.
Not the gun.
My guns are my babies.
And they probably took his guns.
Well, where were all the good guys with guns? At 740 in the Walmart parking lot. Come on. I was reading about how a bunch of cows.
Don't call them that. They're pregnant, Alan.
For now, they are.
For now, yeah. A bunch of cows helped the cops catch a guy. It was in North Carolina. One of our bureau chiefs hit me up with it.
When's a cow not a cow, but a pig?
When he's a cop. Cattle cop. That's right.
Cattle cops.
Cattle cops. A herd of cows helped the police department corral. Are you ready for all this? A suspect on the run.
Much.
Too much for the cow police?
Ooh, cow police.
This is Boone Police Department. I've been to Boone. That's where Appalachian State University is. This guy led the cops on a chase, then got out of his vehicle and ran. And they couldn't exactly see where he fled. But they got some assistance from local cows. And I guess they felt, Bill, that it behooved them to help. But yeah. And they led the cops right where the guy was hiding.
Yeah. Don't move. We'll shoot.
That's, the bovine popo helped out with it.
Bovine popo, what's your emergency?
So they told the cops as best as they could and just finally had the officers follow them to the location where the guy was. I would think if you're the guy, you'd start moving.
Moving.
No, I don't mean, I just mean in general. Just start moving. Not moving. Just
cattle cops.
A herd of cows can't move that quickly.
That's why he was so easy to spot.
Was that one? Or
Cows have spots.
Cow police.
Cows have spots.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Whatever.
You're really milking this.
It's utterly repulsive.
The cows are privately owned and were in a large fenced-in area. But they walked the cops right over. I just don't know how you could get caught by cows. I'm trying to play this out in my head. I mean, you're hiding somewhere. There's a herd of cows.
The tables are turned. The cows retired to the ones getting tipped.
They
gave the tip.
Yeah. They slowly walk over to where you are. Maybe he figured if he had got, and you know he's down there, wherever he's hiding, he's trying to shoo them away. Get out of here. You stupid cows. I don't want you anywhere around me. Get out of here, stupid cow police.
Ooh, cow police.
Get the hell out of here. So, yeah. Hey, if you want to leave us voicemails, and why wouldn't you?
I guess those cows steered them in the right direction.
I don't know if we already
It's a
did that one
steer.
or not.
That's not a cow, Bill. That's a steer.
It's a similar.
That's not a cow.
Close enough.
Bovine Popo, what's your emergency?
You can leave us voicemails. The After Hours line, 216-986-8903.
So I'm listening to the podcast from Tuesday where Poundcake is proudly discussing his deepest fantasies of being rich so that he can treat, quote-unquote, the help like shrimp. Poundcake, you're a funny person and it absolutely adds to the show. But I'm happy I don't actually know you in real life because you are just an absolute garbage person. And in your own personal belief system, where you believe in God and an afterlife and all that, you would absolutely burn in hell forever. And I know in your mind you think that's because Jesus doesn't accept you because you're gay or whatever. Jesus loves all people. What he wouldn't accept, the reason you would never make it to heaven, is the fact that you lack any shred of kindness, compassion, empathy, or even a single thought for anyone other than yourself.
Wow, dude, he went in on you.
That was very thoughtful.
He went hard. First of all, he's clearly mistaken me for Poundcake. But secondly, I don't recall you saying, I want to treat the help like shrimp if I get rich.
I don't remember either. You know what?
First
This
of
is
all,
how jaded I am, though.
But also, Magic is doing a lot of heavy lifting there with, this is what Jesus wants, and you'll never get to heaven, and all this nonsense. But boy, something tells me he's not just mad at you. Something else is going on.
This is how jaded I am because when callers give a very thought-out response to something they thought I said, I assume that I said it. I don't remember this.
And you were probably also just doing shtick. You know what I mean?
But it's I don't know. Maybe I did think like that. Maybe that's what because from one show to the next, I'm a human being. My feelings may change.
I'm sorry. No. According to him, you are a garbage human being, Poundcake.
I probably was that day.
Yeah.
I probably was. I felt
Poundcake woke up and chose violence.
Yeah, sometimes you do. Okay. Sure. I'm not getting into heaven because not for all the sinful things that I've done, but because I got rich. I accomplished my lifelong dream, and I treated the help like garbage.
You know, Mary talks about how she fights with Brian over hypothetical situations.
Every day.
That guy is super mad over a hypothetical situation. That will never happen, by the way. Poundcake will never have help
servants
to treat any certain way.
Yeah, he's not going to have
But the fact that he wants to is
That's what's
enough.
more
I'm not going to
revealing,
call them
yeah.
help. I'm going to call them servants. They serve me. They're servants.
Well, they serve everyone in your home.
No, just him. He's
Just
not gonna,
him?
He's not going to have anyone else.
Oh, because he'll just be him in
Is
the
calling them servants
Yes.
degrading?
Yes.
home. No, if you have someone who buttles, then that's a butler.
If you
I
want
mean,
to introduce, these are my servants, don't look them in the eye.
I didn't say that. I just said they're servants.
Are they serving you?
He's paying them. I mean, if you're a server in a restaurant, you're a
If you're a
servant.
server,
You're being
not a servant.
Oh,
I remember
but he's not running a restaurant. People associate the word server with a restaurant or a computer. So if he goes, let me get Jeeves, my server, it's a servant. He's performing a duty, it's...
So I don't remember the conversation, but I think he's referring to when I referred to someone as a serving wench. I think that's what it was. I think that's what he was pissed off about.
Well, that guy didn't sound like he would have been pissed about serving wench. I don't know what he was mad at, but you've said serving wench before. I don't know.
There's certain things I won't even allow my servants to do. I don't want them handling my undies. There might be a day where
wait, you won't have an underwear what would be, you have a sommelier for wine, a steward. You won't have a skivvy steward or anything like that?
No,
Somebody whose job is solely to assess and arrange your underwear?
No, because there might be a day where I have skid marks and I'm not proud, and then...
Why would you have skid marks as an adult?
I trusted a fart or something, and I don't want them judging me.
You shouldn't have.
All right.
Well, he will have skid marks because sometimes the diarrhea is worth it.
Sometimes it's worth it. I'm rich and I want to eat whatever I want.
But you would also afford toilet paper and any number of bidets.
Yeah, but if you
fix a fart,
if something gets out there, sometimes there's a wet one.
Yeah, sometimes it happens.
But that's not a skid mark. You have like a little poof in your shorts.
Splotch.
It doesn't
a
matter.
Splotch.
I don't
There
want
you
them
go.
saying, "Oh, boss, look at this." He
Boss, they wouldn't. How dare they speak up?
No, I'm not saying they would say it to me, but they're going to tell all their little servant friends who they might be mad at me because I live a wonderful life and they're angry and they're jealous.
Every rich person is going to have people who hate their guts. That's the nature of it.
They're going to take pictures of my soiled underwear.
That's the compromise that you make. You're crazy rich. Most people are going to hate your guts, especially the people who work for you. Every employee is supposed to talk about the boss behind their back.
I don't talk about you behind your back.
Of course you do. Why wouldn't you?
I don't.
You should.
I don't talk about you behind, I don't say anything negative about you.
I'm sure some people do, whatever. What I'm saying is if you were a super rich guy and you had servants, of course they're going to talk behind your back. That's the nature of it. What do you care what they say? They're the servants. And you said you already said you're going to treat them like shrimp. No wonder they don't like you.
Yeah, but I don't want them to see the shrimp in my underwear either.
This guy, he's so underwear-centric. Stop wearing underwear.
Or just get dark underwear. It's easy.
Okay.
Dark underwear.
Yeah.
Then you'll have brown splotches in your dark underwear. It'll
Nah,
still show up.
It doesn't show up.
Won't be as prominent. Oh, God.
So this guy, he's like, I think
Well,
I would
listen, I
know.
take his word for it. He knows.
I mean, I also have, for as big a guy as I am and as much as you think I have, I'm very clean down there because
bidet.
The bidet.
I feel like if I had a big mansion, it would be like a villa-sized mansion. There would be a wing where no one goes into. Like, this is master's wing. You don't go there. Like, only my trusted bottom bitch server would go back there.
You would make them call you master?
No, they could call me boss.
Let's play master and servant. They can't call you what?
They can't call him Cody. They have to call him boss or
Oh, no,
master.
definitely not Cody. We're not on a first-name basis.
Could they call you boss man?
Shh, if they're black, yes.
You're going to hire black servants? You know you're going to hire white servants.
I would hire all.
You like
You
white
would?
boys.
Cody Poundcake Brown does not discriminate against race, religion, sexual orientation, gender identity, equal opportunity.
He's an
A-hole.
equal opportunity offender. All right, good.
Yeah, all of them can work for
I like
me.
to see Cody doing interviews, but he's got the races mixed up. Like, he's trying to be stereotypical and racist, but he can't get it right. So he's like, wait a minute. You're a Mexican guy, but you're not here to work on the lawn? He's like wait a second,
You're
wait.
here to be my servant?
You're my underwear sommelier? What?
No, underwear is for Chinese people. And
Shouldn't
everyone's
you
like,
have a leaf
"Where are you
blower in
coming
your
up-"
hand?
Yeah, it's like, everyone's like, where are you coming up with this stuff, Cody?
Yeah.
No, Chinese people fold the best underwear. She's like, what? You can't just
Huh.
make it up.
Well, he's got a villa all figured out. You know, villas all have names. What's yours going to be?
Codopolis. This has been established.
It's going to be called.
Codopolis.
No, I thought that was your utopian city. Your villa is going to be called Villa Codopolis. That's really clunky.
Okay, well, I didn't think about
You
that.
give it like a lot of them are Italian. Give it an Italian name. You have Italian in your bloodline, don't you? Don't you have Italian
so
family?
much so that they do not communicate with me.
Well, this is how you get them back. You name your villa after them. Take that, suckers.
Chateau Dystopia.
Yeah. Well, that's French. Chateau Dystopia.
Okay, well then, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, all right. Well, he's got
Italian.
it all. Anyway, that guy really took it hard at a little joke you made about the servant. Listen, maybe he comes from a long line of servants. You ever think about that? Maybe that guy is dusting somebody's credenza,
Maybe he just wants a job.
chugging along. Yeah, maybe that too.
Yeah, he could just apply.
All right, well, you ever get rich, apply to Poundcake's thing. I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text to me, 35192, you can leave messages on the iHeartRadio app. And you can watch wherever you are at alancoxshow.com.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
and their famous original recipe. You've never had nuggets like these. That's finger licking good.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Alan Cox, time to give stuff away.
All right, you got don't have any plans Memorial Day weekend? How about that Berea Rib Cook-Off? Win a Berea Rib Fun Pack. Kick off your summer at the Berea's National Rib Cook-Off and Beer Fest. It's Memorial Day weekend at the Cuyahoga County Fairgrounds. 12 rib teams competing for best ribs, best sauce, free musical entertainment. Kids 12 and under get in free, and the parking is free all weekend long. You'd be hard-pressed to come up with reasons not to go. BereaRib.com. All the holiday weekend, okay? Good luck. Berea Rib Fun Pack. Whatever's in that. Caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Pro tip, if a cop pulls you over and they hear you listening to this, they're probably just going to let you go. Because, you know, they figured you suffered enough.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I'm bored. I'm the chairman of the board. I'm a lengthy monologue. I'm living like a dog. I'm bored. Bore myself to sleep at night. I bore myself in broad daylight because I'm bored. Just another slimy bore.
God damn it, Alan. A steer is a cow. But a steer is not a bull. And a bull is not a steer. But a bull is a cow. And a cow is a cow. Come on, whiz bang. Know your cow.
No, your cat's a case of the cattle cops there,
Cattle
I think
cops.
is what he's trying to say. Yeah, right. Know your cows. No, yeah, I assuming everything he just said there is correct. People are hitting us up with all their puns, though, of course.
Oh,
I think the only difference between a steer and a bull is its balls.
Yeah, it's been, yeah.
Which I think we learned like a few weeks ago.
I think you're right.
Cow cops.
Cow cops. Cattle cops.
Cattle cops. Cattle cops.
Cattle cops.
They put him in the pen.
Yeah!
Get it? Pen.
Somebody said that guy, once he's in jail, is going to have a sore Angus. That's, I mean, I'll allow it.
Yeah.
I'll allow it. You know what? I checked with the cow police, and they said that it's okay.
Ooh, cow police.
Yeah. Somebody else said maybe those cows were on a stakeout. And that's how they got that guy. After hearing all the bovine puns, maybe we do need AI, somebody said. Well, you can never have too much Allen Iverson in your life. So I agree with you on that. That criminal couldn't maneuver out of his spot. He really should have tried to hoof it. Mm-hmm. You can run, but you can't cowhide. All right.
Bovine Popo, what's your emergency?
Okay, well, yeah, there's all that. And, Guardians are off tonight. They took 2 of 3 over the weekend here at home against L.A. They head to Chicago tonight, and then they'll play the White Sox tomorrow night. At 8:10 is when that game is going to happen here on WMMS, your FM home for Cleveland Guardians baseball. How are your White Sox doing, Alan? You ask. Not great. Not great. They've only won 14 games, and lost twice as many. But they're trying to. They're not as bad as the Royals. Any year you can say they're not as bad as the Royals, you're in good shape. Tampa's still killing everybody. So it's who would have thunk that Florida would be so dominant across the board, sports-wise, just across the board? Who'd have thunk it? I think it's because Ron DeSantis is doing such a great job down there that even sports fans are saying, yay. That's what I think. May have nothing to do with that. I don't know. I don't know what we were talking about last week with respect to Alabama. Don't remember what it was, but there's always something coming out of old Bammy. I know we were talking about Bo Jackson because he went to Auburn. Maybe that was the lead in on that. But there is a bill that would make, I don't think this is the intention of it, but it would effectively make it a felony if you forgot, air quotes, if you forgot to scan something at the self-checkout. You know, we've talked about this before. A lot of people do this. They go through the self-checkout and they figure, hey, I'm doing all the work. I'm an unpaid employee. You're having me do the checker's job under the guise of convenience. It's not any more convenient, really. It's usually a big, long line at the self-checkout. So everybody's got the same idea. And so what do people do? They go, well, I know what I'll do. A little 5-finger discount here. You scan every other item. These places are so understaffed, there's nobody checking it. Maybe there's get you on camera or something, but so a lot of people do that. We've heard from a lot of people when we get into that kind of conversation. People go, oh, yeah, I'll scan a Capri Sun, and then I'll scan a steak, and then I won't scan the next 3 things. Whatever, right? You're out of there for under $50. We call it a Bill's mom's present. And so they've got something called the Retail Crime Prevention Act down there, which they're trying to target like the groups of kids that'll come in and grab everything in the store and run out. You know, you've seen the videos of like just groups, and then there's a car outside and they all get in and they have like, you know, Canada Goose coats or whatever. They just clear the aisles and run back out. So they're trying to target that, but they're like, this could easily be used to charge anyone who doesn't scan whatever they're doing in the self-checkout. It would make it a felony to steal a shopping cart. Good luck, homeless people. Because this is many shopping carts cost over $500. That cannot be right.
No, a piece?
Lying. They
no
can't.
way.
That's like when the government used to charge contractors $1,000 for a hammer because they could. Or like when you go to the hospital and they charge you $400, you know, for a syringe because they can. So in no way shopping carts cost over $500. And obviously stealing one's already against the law. In most states.
And a lot of them now have a thing that will make it so the wheels shut off when you take them out of the parking lot.
Is that true?
Yeah.
The wheels shut off.
Are they like electric?
They have like some sort of device in them where it triggers when you take them out of the parking lot.
Like an invisible
Wow.
fence?
Kind of something like that. Cause
People gonna bring their own cart.
Like all the grocery stores over where I live all have that because people will steal them all the time because it's a neighborhood where a lot of people walk.
Yeah.
And so they'll steal the grocery carts so they can shop and then just bring everything back home in a shopping cart easily.
Not only that, they can't prove you didn't find that shopping cart in the street.
Right.
So you go, hey, man, I didn't steal this.
Well, when I first
Aldi charged you 50 cents.
Like they used to have just a bunch of shopping carts in our building that they would leave in the garage area so that people could bring their groceries up to their apartments. And then they realized, oh, that doesn't look good.
Yeah.
So now they have like specific carts that they bought. But even the ones that they bought for our building have that device in them that if you take it a certain amount of distance away, the wheels lock up.
Really?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
So they're electric or like Wi-Fi wheels or something.
It's like, it's got like a GPS signal or something, and
Wow.
you take it to certain...
GPS?
That would cost $500.
Well, yeah, that would.
Mm-hmm.
I went to Whole Foods today and used the self-checkout.
pardon me.
Well, I think I got a
millionaire.
That's the word I'm looking for. Profiled.
At Whole Foods?
I didn't look good.
You don't belong there.
I didn't look good while I was in there.
Whole Foods, not Whole Foods.
Right. And then I went to I did the self-checkout and the lady was hovering because I have like an Amazon Prime membership. So I was trying to get, you can get like your in-store code and you get discounts at Whole Foods if you have Amazon Prime. So I'm standing at the thing and I've got like bananas sitting on the self-checkout and I'm on my phone trying to get my code to come up. And she's like, do you need help? And I'm like, no, I'm not. And I told her, I was like, I'm just trying to get my Amazon code to pop up. And she looks and she goes, are your bananas organic? I'm like, she thinks I'm like scanning the wrong items, like that, trying to steal organic and ring in non-organic.
That doesn't sound like she thought you were trying to steal something.
Why is she asking about if my bananas are organic or not?
Maybe she's a virtue signaler.
Maybe she's making sure you're ringing in the right ones, or maybe you're having a hard time finding them or something like that.
Mary, I think
Were your bananas organic?
I am insecure. No, they weren't organic.
You son of... Okay.
You want to know something else?
You stole those bananas.
Like, I really did steal them.
These bananas are too expensive.
I had a steak in my pants.
Yeah, you did. That's what Brian calls it.
I did have
flank steak.
I did have a very quiet, peaceful shopping experience where not a single person came up to me and asked if I needed help when I was at the Saks Fifth Avenue in New York City. You want to talk about a fish out of water?
Oh yeah, they were profiling you, not the Whole Foods in Rocky River.
A pretty woman moment, right?
Dude, well, it was because I had never been to these stores in real life, like a Gucci store or a Louis Vuitton or a Prada. I had on my best camo shirt, and my hair was in a ponytail with no makeup on.
Camo shirt.
I did. I had on a camo sweatshirt.
She said, "I'll have you know that this is a $5,000 camo shirt."
But it didn't even dawn on me that
John Barbados.
It didn't even dawn on me that not a single person came up to me until I was in the store for probably 35 minutes. I had to ask a woman where a certain set of shoes were. And then I was like, not, because normally when you walk into a department store, people are all over you. Yes, can I help you find something? Do you need a different size? Do you need this? It's like not one person came anywhere near me. And I was like, all right, okay. Maybe that's a little bit of a wake-up call. What, I don't look like I can afford $7,800 shoes?
You should have been like, hey, I'm a foot whore, and someone bought shoes for me, and I was supposed to pick them up here.
Well,
this is a write-off. This is an investment in my business.
So that guy who was supposed to send me $17,000 worth of Louis Vuitton stuff.
Let me guess.
Well, it
didn't.
Still has not been sent to me.
Oh, gee, who could have seen that?
But I emailed him, and I was like, hey, I'm at Saks Fifth Avenue today. I can just pick up some Louis Vuitton here. Yeah. And I sent him a picture of the same wedges he was supposed to send me that, quote, got sent to the wrong address. I was like, look, they have the wedges that we both liked, and I haven't heard from him since.
Yeah, radio silence, of course.
Haven't heard from him since. Your $1,700 wedges.
Yeah, I just don't get why that's like a big flex for a guy to like outright lie about sending it. I don't know. No, I remember a long time ago, because I think it's long gone, there used to be a Barney's in Chicago.
Okay. I was
Not
like,
Barney's
there's one
Pizza.
in New York, yeah.
No, New York, yeah, but there was Barney's New York used to have a couple of spots in Chicago, and I remember being in there, and a guy walked up to me. He was like, "Do you need help with something?" Like he sounded like he was at Costington's or something, and I was like looking for a scarf. I mean, I had no money. This is 30 years ago, and I was like, no, I'm just looking. He's like, oh, well, over here might be something. I mean, he had the voice, and he was trying to steer me toward like a little spinny rack of things that he thought I could afford. And
it's like 8 clearance items, but they're still $250 for a scarf.
Yeah.
Dude, here's the thing. And here's maybe the dead giveaway, is that everything I walked up to, the first thing I did was turn it over and look at how much it cost. But I mean, like the shoe section. And I don't understand fashion. Some of the ugliest things in this store.
They're super expensive.
Dude, there was a pair of Balenciaga shoes that look like socks.
Stupid looking. I hate those shoes.
They were $5,000. And I'm like, this is the ugliest thing I have ever seen. Like, there's no way.
I sent you guys that picture when we were in the Phoenix airport. I said, what shoes are these?
Yeah.
I go, what are those? And Bill goes, those are Balenciaga sneakers or something.
They're
and they
hideous.
look so stupid.
They look like Skechers,
Like
but
the
then
shape-ups.
some, yeah.
But here's
They're
my
stupid.
thing. And it's like, okay, I get that people want to pay for the brand. And the brand is like what makes you seem cool. But even if they're hideous, even if they're like...
Yeah, those sneakers are like $1,500.
They're so gross looking.
Because you have to make them work. If you're a model, you can wear anything and make it look
This
cool.
woman in the Phoenix airport was not a model.
right.
She was
Yeah.
a mom sitting there in like yoga pants and these dumb sneakers.
Yeah, I don't get the Balenciaga stuff. I also there's the big red shoes or big red boots that were all the rage like a month ago,
Yeah.
and people are buying those, and basketball players are wearing them as they walk into the arena and stuff like that, and they're just so stupid looking. But people,
Well, I think if
they
you're
want
at
that hype.
if you're at that level, people are just giving you things.
Yeah.
So you're like, all right, I'll wear these.
Yeah,
Okay,
and then people bought them, and then the funny thing is, then like
And now
people
the-
think they have like a resale value. So this one guy that like resells shoes bought a whole bunch of them and then tried to resell them, and like people are like, no, we don't want those. Like that's like a bit for rich people to do to wear those around. Nobody actually wants to wear those.
Right. Well, like I bought Gwen a pair of Jordans for Mother's Day.
Oh yeah.
And
which ones?
I don't know. She'd have to tell you. I don't know.
I wasn't looped in on this.
No. And some of them, like, yeah, you're right. People trying to resell them for like, $3,000 or whatever. I'm like, come on, man.
Well,
because like for pro athletes, you kind of get it because like the walk-in now is a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
It's a big deal.
You got to look fresh now. Nobody cared back in the day what the hell was going on. But then the intersection of like fashion, sports, and pop culture, all that crap. So these guys walk in now, Tom Brady, most boring dude on the planet, used to walk in with stuff that his stylist just put him in 5 minutes earlier.
Well, and when I was in Saks, I had on a $180 pair of Jordans. Like I had $200 shoes on my feet.
But that's nothing.
But even that's exactly, they looked at me like such a peasant that I was like, oh, they don't care. They're not $1,700 slides.
Because they don't make, on $200 shoes, think about the commission that they would make. I'm sure they probably make, what, 15% of whatever.
No, maybe 3% of their total sales for a day.
Even
Commission's
worse.
usually really low.
So then again, $200. What are you getting for $200? What's the math? What's the math on that?
Yeah.
You know what Vibram sneakers are, right?
I don't think so.
They're those toe shoes.
Oh, gross.
Right? The toe sneakers that some
Yeah,
people, like
those.
barefoot runners, would swear by these Vibrams, right? So people are very divided on whether or not they like them. They did a Balenciaga collab where it was the toe, the separate toes, but a white, like calf height, calf skin heel.
Oh,
It's like $2,000 for these dumb looking things.
yeah. It was and there was a mom shopping with her like teenage daughter, and they had like 6 or 7 pair of shoes.
Yeah,
and I
'cause
was like,
people-
imagine being raised like that.
Yeah,
Well,
and you're
that's
not
what
even
you
gonna
know.
probably wear them all. You just
No.
have them.
Let your friend
yeah.
borrow them at 16.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can wear my Louis Vuitton stilettos. They had the Louboutins. They had all of it, dude. It's crazy.
Even with a lot of the crossover stuff, there's a lot of designers that will do Jordans, and a lot of that stuff I don't like either.
And that was the other thing. None of it was particularly attractive. There were a couple pairs of, your classic black heels or your classic stilettos or whatever.
But at that point, if it's just like a classic look, you can find one that's going to
For
get the job done.
$100, yeah.
For $100 or $50 or whatever from
Dillard's.
Dillard's or
Dillard's.
Talbots. What's Talbots? Is that a fat girl store?
Yes.
Talbot's is, really?
I think it's a plus size store.
I thought Lane Bryant was one of
Lane
those.
Bryant, Talbot's might just be
That
like,
was like business casual.
business lady clothes. Yeah.
Like Ann Taylor. Okay, we got it all figured out. I got to take a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com for everything else. And we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
locally owned offices, the Express team is ready to help you find your next job. Go to expresspros.com.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Pay attention to notice the reverse of everything that is normal becoming abnormal.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192 if you want to send a text. AlanCoxShow.com to watch live. Thanks again to Octo Pacto for helping out today. Guardians off tonight. They will be in Chicago tomorrow night, first of 3 against the White Sox. That'll be an 8:10 first pitch right here on WMMS. You want to tune in for your pregame, and that starts around 7:40. If you're a hockey fan, it is unbelievable how long the Canadian drought has been. It's been 30 years since a Canadian team won the Stanley Cup. The Edmonton Oilers have been knocked out again. Maple Leafs already out. Edmonton Oilers were playing Vegas, and they lost 5-2 in Game 6. It is a national travesty for our bureau chiefs up there in America's hat that it's another year that a Canadian team won't be winning the Stanley Cup. Toronto Maple Leafs are my C team. I've got the Chicago Blackhawks, Pittsburgh Penguins, Toronto Maple Leafs. The last Canadian team in the NHL to win the Stanley Cup were the Canadiens back in 1993. Montreal won in 93. American-based NHL teams have won the Stanley Cup for 30 straight years. So if you are a Canadian, it's like, I mean, what's more Canadian than hockey?
Syrup.
All right, free healthcare. What is more Canadian than hockey,
Poutine.
free healthcare, poutine,
Clamato.
Apologizing.
syrup, clamato, what?
Apologizing.
Jim Carrey.
Yeah, there's less and less of that happening, by the way. Jim
Naked
Carrey, there you
ladies.
go. But
Soft rock.
Oh, rip Gordon Lightfoot. Yeah, so now that the Oilers, they were the great white hype up there. They were hoping that they'd be able to get a little bit further, but not the case. Not the case. Been a long, long time. So if you didn't think that Florida, like I said before, to see Florida so dominant across the sports spectrum, Florida, they've been in the last 4 straight Eastern Conference Finals. Now, I don't know what kind of crowd they draw down there, but I would imagine it's probably not as big of a deal to Floridians if their NHL team is doing well as it is to Canadians. So, yeah. Now, somebody pointed out they have had the same NHL commissioner for 30 years, which I don't know if that's unprecedented, but I had no idea that that was still the case. Gary Bettman is the guy's name. I'm a hockey fan. I had no idea that guy was still the NHL commissioner. Last time a Canadian team won the Stanley Cup, Nolan Ryan was on an active MLB roster with the Texas Rangers. Nolan Ryan is 76 years old. I mean, even if he was still long in the tooth to be playing baseball. But my goodness. Of course, you'll all recall Nolan Ryan from the first episode of Magnum P.I.
Obviously.
I made that up. Just to see if the people listening were paying attention out there. You can leave us messages, too, if you listen from Canada or elsewhere. We have bureau chiefs up there. Anywhere you listen, you can leave us messages on the app.
Hey, Alan, hate the show. I'm calling in because Poundcake said something that just kind of rubbed me the wrong way, that he doesn't talk about you behind your back or behind the show. I'm not sure who out there is dumb enough to believe Poundcake is not talking about every single one of us, including me, behind our backs all the time as soon as he gets off the air.
That guy thinks you're talking about him, too.
I don't know who he is, but I'm going to talk about
that
him
might
now.
be his point, yeah. Well, we should find out who he is, and then you can talk about him behind his back.
I talk about people who piss me off all the time behind their back, and I don't feel bad about it. You don't really piss me off. Nobody really on the show pisses me off, so I have no reason to.
So somebody has to make you mad for you to talk. Why wouldn't you tell it to their face?
I probably
like. There's
do.
nothing I would say behind somebody's back. I wouldn't tell them to their face.
That's not to say I wouldn't say it to your face.
Yeah.
But I still would be like, man, let me tell you what happened
I don't
today.
believe that, Alan.
What's that?
You don't get like when you're talking to Gwen, someone who you're just venting to your wife, where you might be a little more, you might use a little more colorful language than you would use to somebody's face.
I would still say whatever I had to say to their face.
You're saying the core, like the point you're trying to get across would be the same. You would just choose different verbiage.
It might not be verbatim.
Okay.
Yeah, I would get. Yeah, sure.
Because I've done that. Like I'm not someone who I don't love confrontation, but if I feel a certain way about something,
Why not?
I'll tell someone. But like if I were to go home and be like to Brian, I'd be like, "Oh, Bill, this idiot, guess what he said to me today? Blah blah blah. I can't believe he said that." And then I'd be like, I would text you and be like, "Hey man, I didn't really like what you said to me today." Do you know what I mean? Like, were you sure I'd say it to his face, but it would be different.
But that's I count that as still broaching the subject.
Yeah.
I mean, it's people are like, I don't like confrontation. Okay, I get it. Nobody likes getting in somebody's face, verbally or otherwise. But it's like, hey, you know, it's not coming to blows. But I mean, not telling somebody something that needs to be said.
But I think that's different than just someone talking. I think confrontation and actually like expressing yourself is different than just talking behind someone's back.
I mean, venting.
Yeah, like talking behind someone's back, even beyond venting. I mean, like that's where you're trying to like hatred behind their back. Yeah, like you're trying to you're saying this stuff because you want it to somehow get around that this person is not a good person.
Yeah.
Or
You
like
want that? You're saying people want it to get around.
In a way, yeah.
Huh.
That's what I think.
Well,
like,
that's just gossip, though.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, I think when I think of talking behind someone's back, I think of gossip.
Yeah,
It doesn't necessarily have to be gossip. It can be rooted in truth. It can be something that you do that makes someone else mad.
Can it, Mary?
Yes.
He's going to keep trying.
100%. Yeah, absolutely.
No, but I always think of talking behind the back being more closely related to, more closely related to gossip versus venting or just kind of like
everybody
blowing
vents.
off steam.
Everybody vents. You have
Do
a
they?
partner.
Yeah, venting is very different than talking behind someone's back.
Yeah.
But I feel like, and I know this from experience, just because I've lived with people who used to talk about each other behind their back. Chances are, if you're talking about straight men, straight men, being the best friend of many girls. Chances are,
what are mini girls?
Many girls. Many girls.
Yay!
They vent to me.
Yeah.
Chances are, if they're talking real,
some wreck,
talking real reckless to you about one of their supposed to be close friends, chances are they're probably talking to one of their close friends about you.
Yeah.
That's why you got to play it close to the vest, boy.
Mm-hmm.
You just gotta resist the urge. Nothing good comes out of it. You got to play it close to the vest.
There's a difference between venting and then just saying like, and then,
but not to the recipient. The person you're talking about, they're not making a distinction between, well, that's okay. That's just gossip. They're not making that distinction.
Well, the beauty of this show too is the fact that if there's anything that I want my girlfriend to hear, I'm like, you have to, like Mary said this today. I'd be like, let's go to the tape. And I just go, hey, I want to show you this. And I don't even say anything. I just be like, what do you think of this? And she'll go, oh, I don't know about that.
Wait, you'll mention something and then show her?
Well, because usually it's when I'm like cutting up a clip, like the one a few weeks ago where Mary was trying.
Don't even.
Was trying to what?
She was trying to say something about how women should be able to do whatever they want and not be judged for it. But some of the language she used was a little.
Yeah, she was saying something along the lines of like women who just want to have kids don't have any goals.
No, that's like not. That. I was saying the opposite.
That's
of that.
Exactly.
I was saying the 180-degree opposite, where it's like if you just want to be a mom, good for you.
Maybe it was your tone.
Yeah.
All these dumb broads.
And then it came out as if you don't have any aspirations.
Then all you do is have babies.
Single moms don't work hard. That's not what I meant.
Well.
Yeah. And that's the thing is like I know exactly what.
It's so stupid.
Show it to your girlfriend. She'll go, oh, I don't know about that.
Like, oh,
I
guess
think differently of Mary now.
I love gossip.
I
want
It's
you
not
to
for
tell
me.
me.
I love gossip.
I'll tell people like, I don't want to hear.
I like
wanna hear all
gossip
of it.
where there's I know the people involved, but I am not.
That's Brian's favorite gossip too.
Yeah, like that 1 degree of separation, maybe 2 degree of separation gossip.
Well, I never say that.
But what is the? But go ahead.
I was just saying, I never say that I'm in like that. I've heard the gossip because then you are involved. I don't like people knowing.
You play dumb.
Yeah, I don't like people knowing what I know.
Right.
Because then that puts a target on my. Because then
A target on my
because
back.
I'm in
At
the
least he's
gossip
not
now.
dramatic about it.
Like anything on this show, I'm too close to. So anything involving you, I don't want to hear gossip about Mary or Alan or
That's
anything
right,
like that
yeah.
because I'm too close to it. But if it's Bloom Daddy,
you want to know the tea.
Yeah, let's get
Well,
it.
I told Brian, I was like, my family is so chaotic and so different from his, and there's so much drama in my family all the time. Whenever I start telling a story about, you will never guess what Tony did, and I go on it, and he's like, listen, and I'm like, dude, you love drama, and he's like, I love it when it doesn't. He's
Because
like,
it
it's
doesn't
your
affect-
brother.
yeah.
So it like affects your mood,
Well,
kind of, but
You also have some stories that are like the one about your brother's neighbor.
yeah.
That is one of the that's a
almost sounds
story.
made up.
Trying to take the kid or whatever.
Yeah, I told that
and-
story where my brother's old neighbor was blackmailing a married man she was sleeping with and trying to
Right.
extort him out of money by saying that my niece was her kid.
Like that sounds like an
Right.
episode of Black Mirror.
I know, like she was stealing pictures off of my brother's Facebook to claim my niece as her own.
Like Keith Morrison is doing the voiceover for
right.
it.
Yeah.
Claim it as her own.
But
yeah,
yeah.
that is a wild story.
But that's the secondary drama that I think Bill's referring to, where it's like,
Yeah,
that
where
doesn't
you-
really affect his life at
No.
all, but I want to hear all about it.
And it doesn't affect your life really. It's just, I mean,
It's my niece,
It's your
but
niece,
yeah.
but she's safe and it's okay. So
Yeah.
like, it's just like it's
It's a
really
good
more
story.
Yeah, it's really more about that crazy lady trying to do what she
Yeah.
was doing. So
That to me is not gossip. That's a story.
It's drama.
Well, it's got a beginning, middle, and an end. I mean, it's a story. If somebody goes, I heard she got knocked up by.
She's sleeping around.
Yeah, that's a whole
I heard
other
she
thing.
doesn't,
I'm like,
she
I
doesn't
don't
pay for
care.
her organic bananas.
Because my first thought is always, well, what's your problem with her?
Yeah.
Because if she was your friend, you'd be keeping that to yourself. You're telling people so that means that you're biased against that person. So, I don't know. If you got to think that deeply about things that have nothing to do with your life, it's, I don't know. It's weird. But that guy who left that message believes that Poundcake talks shrimp about everyone behind their back, including that guy who we don't know. Including that guy.
There's some people that deserve to be talked behind their back, but I don't.
yeah, servants.
So if somebody was served you up and they were like, Cody told me all that, and they came to you screaming and yelling, you do what? You deny it, or you go, yeah, I said it because that's what I heard.
Wait,
Just
I'm
pass-
I'm confused about the scenario. What did you say?
Okay, some gossip you passed on
Okay.
comes back to you because somebody served you up and said, Cody told me.
Cody told me this. And then I come to you. You're talking smack about me. Bill says, hey, by the way, Cody thinks you're kind of a whore. And I come to you and I say,
A foot whore.
A foot whore, albeit.
Mm-hmm.
And I come to you and I say, hey, Cody, I hear you're running your mouth. What's up with that?
I'm like, yeah, I said it, bitch. I own it. And that's why you ain't get your shoes, because you ain't on your grizzy. That's your fault, bitch. Not worried about what people saying about you and step up your game. Put those puppies on OnlyFans.
Yeah, Mary, get on your grizzy.
Yeah. How
All
did
right?
I not think about my grizzy?
God. Alan Mary's family is like the Gallaghers from Shameless.
I've never seen
People who watch Shameless.
Oh, they so are.
Well, it's a complicated family, right? It's
I called my sister yesterday. Well, I called my mom, and my sister answered the phone. I called to say Happy Mother's Day. I was like, where are you guys?
Oh yeah, what did you do for your mom? You talked about like you and the half daughter, but like
Well, I called her, and I was like, hey, I just got home from the road at like 4. She didn't answer, so I called back at like 8. My younger sister answered the phone. They live together. Not a surprise there. And I was like, hey, just calling to say Happy Mother's Day to Mom. You know, can I talk to her? She goes, she's driving. I was like, oh, where are you guys coming from? She goes, Kentucky. And I was like, what? And they had like, I guess on Thursday, decided they were going to Kentucky for the weekend in very Santora family trip fashion, packed up the car with no plans and just took off to go see my brother and his kids. So I guess that's what my mom wanted to do for Mother's Day. She wanted to go visit my brother in Kentucky. So that's
I guess that was their plan.
Yeah.
The plan was the destination.
I mean, no foresight. No hotels booked. No.
Wouldn't they just stay with him?
No, they have a 2-bedroom, 1,200 square foot house.
I see.
Like they have a very small house.
Yeah.
But
it all worked out.
I called at 8:30. I was like, "Where are you?" She goes, "We're driving past Columbus." I was like, "What the hell are you doing down there?" And then she's like, "Yeah, we're on our way home from Kentucky." So my mom just
How deep into Kentucky is he?
He's outside of Louisville, so it's 6 hours.
That's a drive.
Yeah. But my mom's also old, so they have to stop every 40 minutes to pee.
She's not that old.
She's
like
65.
60. Yeah, that's 65. Is that old?
I mean,
it's like when people retire, but
I think you're not
it's not decrepit.
Road trip shape.
Really? At 65?
Alan, just because you're getting close to 65.
No, I'm just saying I know people in that age group and they're running around doing stuff.
Yeah, she also had 5 kids. I feel like your bladder doesn't hold up the way that it used to.
Okay, well, the bladder's one thing, but I mean,
That's what I mean. You got to stop a lot.
Well, okay.
You got to pee every hour because you got 5 kids.
Because you got blown out.
Yeah.
Huh, all right.
But,
well, now that we've covered Mary's, there's some gossip for you. Mary's mom's urination patterns.
Call my mom, Cody, and be like, "Carol,
you got to get on your grizzy.
I heard your bladder ain't what it used to be."
Hey, you got blown out from all them kids.
They call you Drippy.
Oh. Well, all right. So they're back or they're not back?
Yeah, they got back last night.
Oh, boy. What a time.
Good for them.
And there were no fights or anything?
Not that I know of.
See, this is what I've come to know. When Mary's not around, there's no fights.
Because everyone else lets it go except for me. Everyone, like my sisters.
Was your other brother down there too?
Me and that's the combo.
They left out the people that fight.
Make fights.
Yeah.
Me and my brother Kyle, who is 28-hour workday, we are the two combative ones.
I see.
And because we
either with each other or with everybody else.
Right.
So when you're both there, it's a powder keg.
Yes. So when one or both of us is not there, it's less combative because they will oftentimes. My mom's calling me right now.
And so
she's like,
pick it
up.
up.
About my bladder for. So if me and Kyle aren't there, then it's gonna be. We're the two who call each other out, right? So if I hear something I don't like, or one of my brothers says something backwards or MAGA or whatever, I'll say something. Same with my brother Kyle. If I say something that he feels is a little too liberal, he'll jump in and say something.
Gotcha.
You know, the other 3 kind of are peacemakers.
But so if there's a big family get together, people come to the both of you and go, "Hey guys, let's retreat to our respective corners and just have fun." Okay.
They'll be like, "Can you two not? Like, you don't have to argue over how many M&Ms are in the bowl."
Oh, you'll argue over anything.
Yeah.
I see.
He and we get on each other's nerves pretty quickly.
Oh, okay. Well, he wants the red M&Ms, you want the blue ones.
Right.
Chuck says, "Smack Mary for me. I'm 65 and in excellent health."
I'm not saying you're not in good health anymore. I'm saying your bladder probably isn't as great as it used to be.
I bet Chuck hasn't blown out 5 kids. I bet he probably was able to.
Chuck.
I don't know Chuck at all. I don't know the state of his prostate, the prostate of the union. I don't know anything that's going on with him there.
Man, and I have to take my car into the shop tomorrow. Where, Bill?
Terry's North Coast Auto.
Yes. And I'm going to have to ask my mom for a ride. She's probably mad at me now. I called and I was like,
"I'm not giving you a ride."
I know, right?
You can walk.
I was going to call her after.
Yeah, well, you played yourself, playa.
Great.
But just throw me under the bus. I led you into it, right?
I didn't bring up your bladder, Mom. Alan did.
Alan did. Alan can't stop talking about your bladder.
Bill, roll the tape.
Mr. Urethra over there can't get enough. I gotta take a break here.
Maybe the storage units are overcompensating for the bladder.
For her weak pelvic wall.
For the urine that you can't store.
Or double check what's in them jars.
Sorry, Carol.
All right, you ain't the last word in. Send me a text 35192 to do that. The Corey Roddick Experience. You're going to get that tonight because there's no Guardian, so that's on the way at 6:30, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.